we go. Hi, I'm Chris from Airwindows, and we're going to do a coding stream unless people are super desperate for me to jump onto Minecraft or something. In the absence of that, I've got stuff to do. And I might as well jump in, because today is going to be me talking about householder matrices and walking through some of the stuff that I need to do going forwards. I've got about 2/3 of a cup of coffee to draw upon, and I'm just going to see how much of this I can get done. The plugin for this, yeah, excuse me. As far as I know, I'm not sick, but I'm coughing more than I normally would, and it is because I was doing some work in my car. And by that, what I mean is I've got the Subaru Impreza, and one of the things I've added to it is these things called air tabs, which you can get for big rig trucks. You're supposed to put the air tabs along the back edge of the big giant square trailer truck, and it gives you better fuel mileage, because air tabs are like little aerodynamic thingies. They poke out into the airstream and cause vortexes. They look like what you'd see coming off of NASA or something, and they produce aerodynamic vortexes, and what that does is fills in a gap behind a moving object through air more cleanly. They've also been used for things like high-performance cars sometimes use those in the top edge of the cabin. I have seen one of those little flat Porsche 911, using those and going through a photograph of it going through mist, and you could see the diminished turbulence from the air going over the thing and then sealing up more neatly as if it had a kind of teardrop tail extending off of it, rather than being a big giant fluffy pile of turbulence. And one side effect of doing this is that you are lowering wind noise in the cabin, and you wind up increasing the fuel economy by some small amount, which works for me because I just had to have my tailpipe fixed. The car's tailpipe, I mean, mine has been fine enough for an old man like me, but when it broke off at the muffler, and then the rest of it was fine, but it was substantially louder, and I also noticed the car was pulling way better on the highway. And I decided that that was probably because the more freely flowing exhaust coming out the very end of the exhaust system was resonating harder, scavenging the cylinder better, car-oriented stuff like that. And so when I got the tailpipe issue fixed, I asked the guy, can you please put in a larger exhaust pipe, which I think he also picked one that had a smoother curve to it as well, which is nice. And I am already noticing better fuel mileage just from this exhaust change. And it was already a change over stock. So I am averaging like 31 plus mpg over all kinds of driving, not just on highway. So if I want to drive somewhere far, if that ever happens, it'll help me do that more efficiently. And I went and took some spare copies of these air tabs that I bought. You buy it from this company and they send it to you as if you were a big rig truck driver. And there are these plastic widgets that you stick on, and you can get them with self-adhesive foam stuff. Although it's not thick enough foam, you can get a thicker foam, or I think a thinner double-sided tape. But even if you get the thicker foam, it's not really designed to attach to non-flat surfaces. So it's somewhat limiting as to where you can put these. Like the top of the cabin is too curved and you can't. And the reason that relates to me coughing is because I was spray painting them the color of the car. So there's that. However, I am looking forward to it. This is something of a challenging week. I often find that in my experience, I'm subject to what people know as biorhythms. It essentially means your mental, physical, and emotional stuff goes on cycles, and it doesn't completely govern your life, but stuff can line up for you. And I don't know whether the cycles are correct for everybody, but for me, it seems to line up well enough that if I'm looking at an intellectual high, it will probably mean my brain will be spinning, and maybe I'll be coming up with good ideas, or maybe I'll just have trouble sleeping. And it's not this overwhelming quality. Like, it's not enough that I don't have to drink any coffee to do a live stream. I still have to drink my 2 cups of coffee in order to be able to chatter away as I do. Some of my local friends are amazed that I do this at all and are able to chatter like this. It's just part of the job, really. And if your emotional state is going to be high or low, that could be a mood-oriented thing. So the scenario that I keep an eye out for, and just I'll go a little more gently if it's like this, is if I'm on an intellectual high and an emotional low at the same time, what's going to happen is I'm not going to be able to rest or sleep very well, or, well, that's not true, I am, but my brain will be spinning like mad, but all on negative things. And that's uncomfortable enough that I try to keep an eye on it. And we're in one of those, so I'm not sure I want to jump onto like the Minecraft server and see how people have griefed it today, because that is something that does happen. It'll probably happen less the less I hang out there, so maybe I should stay away for the benefit of people who are playing on that server. Who knows? It's not a rule, it's just a thought. But a useful thing that I can do is fire up a recent plugin, and I spent a little time. In fact, I think I can even demonstrate this here. This is my regular desktop, and this is my Into the Matrix program. This thing generates my reverb impulses. In fact, I've managed to speed it up a little bit since the last time you saw it. It's going a little bit better than it had. But this is how I do things like run the 555 or whatever. But you see there's a new button that says 6x6. I've been cleaning it up in hopes of maybe, I could even work on this a little bit today as well if I feel like it. Maybe putting it out and letting people have this, although you'll still have to do your own programming to have a reverb at all. I offer code, but I'm not going to help anybody actually do the programming of it. But we have the ability to do the 555 matrix. And so we're grinding away actually quite quickly because I speeded up the algorithm a tiny bit. And it's trying to optimize for various things. And these sliders control those things. Like, you set it up to do what you want, and it's going to optimize different qualities over other qualities. Like, this G quality is measuring how dense the green dots are, which those effectively are multiple echoes lining up in the same place. And R is this little bit up in the corner, and that is the spacings between the echoes and how regular they are, or whether they're more irregular and cover a wider range of sounds. And then B is the blue dots here, and those represent whether the density of sound is increasing or decreasing. So it's another measurement of the density of echoes at any given moment. And thing is, I can quit this and run it again. But now if I hit 6x6, it'll either do a much more dense algorithm, namely this stuff that I've been figuring out, or it'll crash, because sometimes it's been crashing. And I'll find out very quickly if it crashed or if it, and it is doing that much denser algorithm. What this is, as you can see in the text showing over here, is we're going all the way beyond the A to Y delays and all the way over to, I think it goes up to like ZK is my largest number. So there's like 36 delay lines in the 6x6 matrix. But when you do that, you have a cloud of delay returns that is much denser because there's just an order of magnitude more of them. I ended up figuring out how to calculate that out, by the way. Pretty sure the number of options are the householder matrix, and you go by the width or height of the householder matrix and just keep multiplying by adjacent columns or rows. So a 3x3 matrix gives you 27 distinct reverb returns when you do that. And a 4x4 gives you 256 distinct reverb returns. And we can actually see that on this as well. Like if I quit out of here, keep the same size, and hit the 4x4. So that's a 4x4. That's what it looks like having 256 distinct reverb spots. It's actually a goodly number there, but it's a little more. The ones I've been doing that are 4x4s, I haven't been as happy with the sound of them. But we can still calculate them and apply the same things to them. Some of this I have been wanting to run the software and try to generate what would be an awesome 4x4 matrix, because I know that is something that other reverb designers use. And I would like to be of some help in that sort of thing. If I can, that's how I roll. And so the ones you're hearing on things like K-Cosmos, that's a 5x5. What you're hearing on things like Galactic is actually a 4x3. It's not even a 4x4 quite. Just happened to be only 3 banks of that. But 5x5, (3,125) echo returns. That's why the 5x5s don't sound the same as the 4x4 matrices. There's a denser stack of echoes in there. But I hear you ask, or I don't, because nobody's actually talking in chat. I should take top chat off of. It's not like I have a chat that is so lively that I need to make sure nobody can respond inappropriately. Half the time that just gives me something else to talk about. 6x6 is an even larger matrix, but you only need 36 delay lines rather than 25. And remember, in K-Cosmos, I'm running 2 stacks of 25 delay lines. So I'm already doing 50, so I obviously could do 36 if I wanted, or indeed 72. So remember how 5x5 gives you 3,125 distinct delay line returns. 6x6 46,656. Mic drop. Well, calculator drop, technically. And I have ground it out overnight and generated some algorithms on this little SD card. Where if I open that up, you can see that now I have a space for 6x6 householder matrices, and it follows all the same rules. Except for, I doubt these numbers are worked out on the basis of what the 5x5 is. They're probably not correct. I can try them if I can make anything work, but these are probably not correct all by themselves. But the seat counts built into these are based on just durations of all of these delays added together, whether it be the shortest possible chain of 6 delays or the longest possible chain of 6 delays. I'm even coming up with a new method for trying to weight them on the basis of the diagonal line might have, I haven't entirely worked out whether the way the householder matrix works means that some of these will be weighted more heavily than others. If they are, I've got that covered in my new way of working out how to distribute the randomness. Because the way this goes, if there, so for the 5x5 and the 6x6, the householder matrix has a diagonal that works differently from if it was just a 4x4 matrix. Because the way that you arrange a 4x4 matrix, passing from bank of 4 delays to another bank of 4 delays, everything gets fed into everything else, but usually everything gets fed into everything else inverted. And on this matrix, you have a different delay each time, and it's being fed through positive rather than negative. That's how the householder matrix does its thing. You don't just feed it through directly. There's these weightings that you use. And I've got a graphic of how you make sense of that. But with the 5x5, the weighting of it is different. The diagonal is different. It's even in my code. I can go into this code and show it. Like here we are looking at K-Cosmos, and here's what we see. There is a slant of the outputs being multiplied by 3, each being fed to a different output. And then the rest of them, whether it is, this is working from A, B, C, D, and E, right? So whether it is A times 3 plus B, C, D, and E times 2, or maybe it's B times 3, and this time it's A, C, D, and E times 2. That's how the version of the householder matrix as a 5x5 works. And I ran across this with somebody working out the math and giving out sort of truth tables of what the output was supposed to be like, where it's like, okay, you do this, and passing this onwards, this is how you have to do it. For the 4x4, you've got a sort of diagonal there where it is the direct output, and then everything else is inverse. But with the 5x5, it is times 3, and the inverse are times 2. And otherwise, it's the same. Well, on the 6x6, the direct output is times 2, and the inverse is just passed directly through again. So there is a larger and larger distinction between how big that middle stripe of diagonals is relative to everything else. But there's another detail which interests me, having to do with the householder matrices. And that's as follows. If you have the 4x4, well, whether it's inverted or positive, they are all at unity gain. And that means you're not doing a gain change on anything. It's all just being passed through, possibly inverted. If you're doing the 5x5, which is what I've been doing this entire time for all these bigger, fancier ones, it's a 3 or a -2. And I seem to remember hearing somebody talking about using these with reverbs and finding that the discrepancy of some of the reverb outputs are louder than the others makes it not have the right kind of density. What I was wondering about is how the scale of this works out, because when you're doing this, if your diagonal stripe of reverb returns is louder, well, that's just maybe. But how does that compare with the sheer numbers of the other echo returns that are not? And that's what I'm wondering about. So I might take a pen and sort of fiddle with this a little bit. So on a 3x3, it is 3 and 6 for relative loudness. Four by 4, that's going to be 4 and 3, 12. And let's see, so if I was to do 4 times 3, it gives me 12. And 12 times 2 gives me 24. So it ends up coming out to be about the same proportion. Oh, wait. Oh, except for I'm wrong. That's not the way that works at all. Because that's not the one. 5 by 5. 5 and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 20. Meaning 15 by -40. So essentially what I'm looking at here is, since the householder matrix demands that I weight these differently, the householder matrix demands that I have the diagonals be a larger value, and not only that, the bigger of a matrix I do, like the 6x6 I'm going to be trying to do, it requires that the ones along the diagonal are times 2, and everything else is times 1. And I'm simply trying to figure out what differences that makes for me. Like, again, here we are, this 6x6. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 13, 14, 15, 30. So honestly, it's almost like it's getting closer to them balancing, because the sheer number of extra reverb returns is adding up faster than the amount of compensation on that diagonal line. Travis, hey, somebody is talking. Hey. Oh, I think Travis is all over the chat, and I think is liking K-Cosmos. Yeah, well, hold your horses. I'm going to try to beat it today. That's literally my job today. Except for that's assuming I get through with it, because this is one of my more challenging weeks, so this is a week where I might not accomplish anything. If I'm able to talk my way through a live stream and do even some of the work on this, I'll count it as a win. And I have been spending other parts of the day doing things like painting air tabs to put on my car and stuff. I also touched up the paint on one of the front panels, and what's called the bezel on the front bumper. My bezels keep getting ripped out by mistake. I have one that is an air intake, and then the other one was just a plastic covering for a hole in the bumper, and it fell out for some reason. And so I've been going around with that this entire time. I'm looking to get another one and paint it the same color as the car, because it comes as black, and probably epoxy it on, because I don't like the fact that these things keep falling out of the bumper. And anywho, here we are looking at verbs.txt, but I have some examples here, and I ran this trying to do like a test example for 200 seat, 300 seat, 400 seat, 500 seat, and so on. And as I started doing this, my instances of the program I use for it started crashing on me. And I don't know what was causing them to do that, but some of them didn't crash, and then a little less than half of them did. So that needs work. But this is from the ones that didn't crash. So I have a 300 seat or 347 seat, upwards of 40,000 echo returns compared to the 3,000 from the 5x5s. In other words, another order of magnitude of realism, unless it's not. I am going to be finding that out, whether this is actually going somewhere. I got a 500, a 1,000, a 1,300, 1,800, 2,000, 4,000, and close to 5,000. Because here's the thing. It is possible, and then this is what K-Cosmos looks like, down at the bottom here, which is a 15,000. So I have something that is theoretically about the same size as K-Cosmos, but with an order of magnitude more echo density. And so we're going to start with porting over K-Cosmos to a 6x6 version, which will start with just duplicating it in another plugin. And then it's going to be time to go and see whether I can make the program run, simply increasing the number of matrix elements from 25 to 36, except for it's going to go from 50 to 72, because there's double layers of it in K-Cosmos. If it will not run, one thing I can do is just delete all the early reflection stuff and simply not do the extra layer. But it'll be some tiresome tinkering with things. But the result could be good if we get to hear variations on this technique. That will be very interesting. And it is not impossible that I'll be able to get that by the end of the day. I'm not guaranteeing anything. Again, if me just coding away and making some progress in this direction, well, chatting up a blue streak is all I can do, then so be it. But see whether that, here is the some options for the 6x6. And if this works, I can start generating more suitable spaces for that. The thing about it is, if you have a ginormous Titanic, like 5,000 seat arena, if you only have like 2,000 echo returns, they start coming across individually. The really small numbers of echo returns work better for extremely small room sizes, because then they're blurring together. If you start expanding it outwards to the 5,000 seater arena, you clap, and then you're hearing back like, you're hearing back these smatterings of echo returns and not getting the blurring effect of what a real room would be like. Now, a traditional way of dealing with this is to use all-pass filters. And what I'm doing, certainly with Cosmos, and I did a lot of experimenting with things like all-pass filters and tone filtering and stuff previously. But K-Cosmos returns to doing a 5x5 matrix and not using any all-pass filters, which technically is something that could be done with the earlier reflections too, but that's also why I'm using that to start with. So here's how we do. It's going to be a stereo effect. It doesn't have to be, but I'm going to choose to make it a stereo effect because I can have the left and right channel blend into each other. And we're going to pick out a name. I suppose I could call it something so essentially what we're looking at, hey Lucas people, essentially what we're looking at is immediately following K-Cosmos with an experiment that's designed to be more or less exactly the same as it, except for it's going to be a 6x6 matrix instead of a 5x5 matrix. And the rest of it can be kept the same. And then I'll have a test bed for doing the tests and things that I use, like verb tests and so on. And I'll have settings that I can use for having a version of it that is kept always the same and that I can use to compare. Because that's part of the whole process with this. I never just get to take one of the reverb algorithms and run with it. Instead, I make the thing that is carrying the reverb algorithms and the thing that is managing all of those different delay lengths. And then I have to spend days and weeks and months and years working out better constants for the delay lengths. I'm looking at the code for it right now, although I do actually have to come up with the name for the next one. So, I bet it would be awesome with your Lyra. That sounds exactly right. I have one of those, if I'm remembering correctly. It's the weird analog synth thing. Yeah. I should either sell that freaking thing or break it out and start using it again. That would make sense. But I could call the first instance of a 6x6, assuming it works, because it's possible this won't. I can go K beyond, or possibly K black hole, K neutron star, something related to going into an entirely different dimension. I'm also trying to think of if there's a good Star Trek reference. K warp speed or something. But yeah, the idea is Cosmos, that's your 5x5. I'm going to be trying to do a 6x6. And we'll start with this. And we'll start after I restart Xcode because it crashed. Yay. We can close shuttle. I was going to show you something with that. Yeah, I know, right? There's a lot of lull in all of this. There really is. So does it react to stereo info? I'm pretty sure I can document that it does. And here's how we find out. Feedback A left responds to output A right. Feedback E right responds to output U left. The rest of them are not crossing over. So there is a little tiny bit of crossover in this. Beyond that, it's pretty much normal. So yes, K-Cosmos will react to the stereo info in such a way that it will not build up in more in one channel than another. For the most part. You could have stuff where it did temporarily. K-void, that's a thought. It's not necessarily going to sound like a void, though. Okay, so now that we have this, I can probably open this back up. I think it created the file before actually blowing up. So here we are. And in theory, now that it's had its little fun and crashed, it'll probably stay working. And so it's time for me to start doing the code as I do. I bet my version number is it's KCSM, pretty close. All these reverbs start with K, just because I started doing that, and now you can look them up that way, so it's good. I toyed with the idea of doing some other kind of identifier for the 6x6s. There's still time. I just don't know if... oh, and look at that. Check it out. See, this is where I got that idea. If def debug, define KK Cosmos, this is where I got it. This is where I got it. That's what I mean by it's declaring things. Define, and define is using that as a prefix. So that's where I got the idea. I know I'd seen it somewhere. Anywho. K beyond. We're going to start by making it an exact clone of K-Cosmos, because where I'm going to go from there is just extending it outwards by simply duplicating all the bits and making it a 6x6 instead of a 5x5. So here's how we go about doing that part. A lot of unnecessary spaces in there. And the big breakthrough with K-Cosmos was realizing I can do a 5x5 early reflections, and in fact use it as simply the first stage of echoes, but have those very first echoes not be darkened, not be filtered, and then everything goes through the simple FIR filter, and then namely the filter thing also kicks in a simple averaging filter. Yep. Hey, inhibited. We'll enjoy your other stream. I'll be hanging out, seeing whether I can get a 6x6 reverb to work. So let's see, I believe I copied that. I think. Let's find out if that's true. Yep. I was commenting on it. I don't know why I had that much space in there. This bit I can copy from what I have on my SD card. In fact, I don't even need my SD card in here. We can take it out and get back to that. First order of business is let's make this work. Then we expand it. And we don't need to expand all of this out yet, but we will. There, that should work. I've had the occasional problem in this old version of Xcode with some of these. I did one plugin and had to go and do it over and over again because it was just coming out broken. And then I tried it again bit by bit and it was fine. So who is to say how all of this works? Not me. So this, at least, is pretty straightforward. Boop. This appears to also be pretty straightforward. In fact, it is, because it doesn't use any unusual parameters in any way. Everything is just 0 to 1. So we can go from A to F, and then just delete the rest of these. Also, since we have not tried to build the program and come up with bugs from it trying to access stuff that doesn't exist, it's going to behave itself. Like if I build it and it's trying to refer to all these things that don't exist, there'll be all these errors. And then if I try to delete stuff like this, it will give me problems because it'll be trying to correct the grammar of the program somehow, and then it tends to stall out. Don't like that, so I won't be doing that. But I do like being able to do this, and I'm very quickly going to see what happens. All this that I'm copying now is the stuff that all is going to need to be updated and done over. Or extended, rather. It's going to need to be extended. So I'll copy that. Paste it in under this point. And if all goes well, I should be able to close this. And build this. It's not going to work first time. This old version of Xcode doesn't know how to find its pre-built headers, and so it tries to build it the wrong way around first. It fails, and then the second time you do it, it's fine. That is a quirk that I've just had to deal with. And that brings me to being able to test this and see if it worked. Probably time for me to go and get my little optical adapter here and bring the big speakers in on things. If I can, odds are I can. So now I should be able to open up, for instance, this, which is classical music. And then if I fire up K Beyond, which is new, First of all, I have to go looking for it. And then hit play. Here's our 5x5 matrix. There's not much. Well, let's find out. Yeah. That's like an octave down. Yep, it's going to follow the simple mathematical rule of divide it by 2, and the octave is 1 down. You can calculate that out as you see fit. And here we have a lovely little infinite reverb going on. And then we can snap it to top speed. And now we've got a shimmer effect going on. Hey, Pink Sounds. Yeah, well, this is going to be, if this works, this gets to be the first 6x6 reverb I have ever made. I did the 4x4s, and Galactic is a 4x3, and I struggled with getting them to sound the way I wanted. I started doing 5x5 matrices, and that's what everything has been up so far. K-Cosmos is the first one to do 2 distinct banks of delays, and one of them for early reflections and one of them for the resonance sustaining thing. And then 6x6 means the echo density is a order of magnitude, it's twice an order of magnitude more than what I had before. Like, here, I'll run the numbers again. So a 4x4 matrix gives you like 256 echoes. Actually, that can't be right. Oh no, I did a 5x4 by mistake. So you go from 256 with the 4x4 to 3,125, and then over 40,000 for a 6x6. And that's the difference between having the reverb matrix being in various sizes. I'm excited to hear what it sounds like too. Assuming I can make it work. It's possible it won't, but we'll find out. The hope, at least, is that I can make it work. And I guess one of the things that I can do to start off with is bring in that SD card with my audio examples of it, since it is currently a perfect clone of K-Cosmos. And here's how we can look at K-Cosmos is 1,538 seater arena. So if we pick out something that is maybe a tiny bit smaller, but not in a significant way, but it has all these new delay times, we can find out what's what. So the first thing I'm going to do is copy that and then just straight up paste it in and see what I get. In theory, all the delay times are not really optimized for a 4x4, but they're probably still going to be fine. It's just not going to sound the same. But they should be optimized for a 5x5, but instead now it is a 6x6. That's what is really going on here. And this part at least is very easy. You get to do that. And now see those where it says int delay ZJ, ZK, and so on. Those are all the extra ones. And then if I save, those are now constants that I can refer to. The way that if it's not doing too much lag in your system, it's largely because of the way that I'm doing it. I've been told that there's a sound toys thing that's supposed to do giant reverbs, and my thing is like 10 times more efficient than theirs. I don't know the details of that. I do know that I know why it's more efficient for people running high sample rates. It's because I'm doing undersampling. But that's, in fact, if you drop DRes, it'll be all the more efficient rather than less efficient. But I don't know all the details of why my thing would be running better than SoundToys is. I mentioned that on the video and ended up being like, yeah, although, you know, like Decapitator, shout out to Decapitator because that's a good thing that SoundToys has made. And I've also heard people like in Little Altar Boy. I am not here to try to slam other plugin developers. But I am happy when something that I made runs 10 times as more efficiently than somebody else's. I do like that part. I am to some extent in a competition with these folks in that they are going for people's money that might be given to me otherwise. Or not. Or not. So now we can hear what this is like with very different delay times. But everything else is the same. And I would say that this is fairly similar, but it's not quite the same, even though it's another 5x5 matrix. It's a 5x5 matrix with different parameters into it. And it's designed to have 6x6 instead. So I think what it's doing is reinforcing certain frequencies differently. Whereas if you allow all of the frequencies to be in there, it should have a more even response than this. This is probably not its most even response. Happy to hear that it still works. Now things get a little more tedious. When you are taking a 5x5 matrix and expanding it outwards into a 6x6, you need to make more of these little delay lines and reconfigure them all. So I guess the first thing I'm going to do is just make and declare the new delay lines I'm going to need and all the new stuff I'm going to need. Everything else will stay the same. I can probably mark out for myself where I'm going to leave off. So if I backspace over to here, I'll be able to see ZK is as far as I need to go. Just drawing that out with a ballpoint pen, because we're not doing anything with these numbers yet, but they are there for me to do stuff with. And up here, I don't need to do anything else different here. Don't need to do this different. Lots of this doesn't actually need to be different, but all of this needs to be scaled up. And we go from ZA to ZK. So A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K. And everything is going to be calculated out like this, just doing it all by hand. And note that I also have to do the delays in there too. So this is also going to show me whether I have Z by itself or Z. I'm pretty sure I have Z transitioning immediately over to use another letter because I'm going to have to expand this out more. And we'll find out. Yep, looks good. That was legit, but that's not the one I wanted. So it'll work kind of like this. But I can accelerate my work a little bit by doing this. This time, hang on. See, we use the same delay for each side, so that's still legit. And then if I hit save, and then if I duck down here, we can do the same thing over again. But instead of E, I use A. And it just gives me less to fuss over. Oh, hi, no, I guess we're fine. AZ counts as pre-delay, but that's already there and that doesn't overlap with what I have here. Okay, that's messy, but whatever. I'll drop a note in. Save. We're still good. When I say drop a note in, what I mean is so that's legit. Now here's where things get a little bit trickier. In fact, I may need to be filling out another one of my pieces of paper here. And I tell you why. I'm using these letters to refer to positions in the matrix, and where those positions are matter. So some of this stuff is going to be straightforward. Like this follows the same pattern. C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K. I'm going to need those, and I'm going to need write versions of them. So that needs to go over here. So in talking about how it runs faster than other people's reverbs, this is part of the reason why. That I'm doing this primitive stuff. Normal programmers would do things like make classes where it kept track of that stuff for you rather than typing out something 36 times. You can make programming constructs that will figure out, oh, I want 36 versions of this that each are slightly different, and do them in things like loops and whatever, using indirection, using classes, using ways where these are the count variables, but they're part of a class which I've instantiated 36 of, except for that maybe this is 36 of its own things inside itself or whatever. And all of those classes and things have overhead. That's what ends up happening. When I'm doing it like this, I'm instantiating only what I need and no more. And so it produces less in the way of overhead. Here's another case where I'm going to need some of this. I'm going to know what it means, and other parts of it, like I can predict this, I can't predict the other one. I know it's going to be feedback FL, but these other ones, only thing I know about this is it's going to start with feedback FR. But then I don't know what the rest of those are until I write them out. Excuse me while I go and get a... You know what? This is going to be such drudgery that I'm going to make myself another cup of coffee. Let me fire up music and Twisted Wave while I go and do that, because this is going to be a brutal grind for me digging through all of this. And yeah, it is. Programmers are able to put in abstractions to make things easier for themselves. I'm typically choosing not to do that. Do I have anything in this? Oh, that would be interesting. How much of this is here? I appear to have all manner of stuff sitting around. And which of these are literally mine? Okay, those are tracks I did long ago. I mixed them or did. How about this? Nope, that's not what I thought it was. What about this? Okay, that's F8. I don't have any more right to use him. I could make you listen to Slipperman. That might be amusing. He's not with us anymore. Let's do Euphoria. How about? I'll just select a big bunch of this. Append files with markers, not monsters. That's more than I'm going to need, and we're slowly loading them all up. And you'll listen to some what's the name of that damn computer? You listen to some Amiga mods. And in fact, once it's finished loading, because I've set myself up so now it's taking forever to load, I'll play it through whenever I have to do really hard work of this tedious kind, I need to make myself more coffee, but also I can't think of a damn thing. We're going to listen to some mods through my dubplate 2. And I actually have spoken to this fellow. He's happy that somebody still likes his mods. I am not as happy about how long it took me to do all of this, but now we're done. And I am going to, let's see, dubplate 2. Yeah. This is a form of music from way back in the day. Back with more coffee. Oh, gotta back it off even more.
Wash your bass pins. 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 Frequency. Wash your bass pins. Watch your bass bin. Watch your bass bin. Watch your bass bin. Watch your bass bin.
Interesting note about the vocoder work here is I have picked up off of Reverb a used vocoder from somebody in New York or whatever, an electro-harmonics, because I'm looking to be able to make noises like that myself, and it might help me make music better.
Watch your bass bin.
Yeah, this is Euphoria/F8. It is a old mod maker. And yeah, this is good music. I like it a lot. I'm still making my coffee, by the way. Yeah, it is. Proper 90s UK jungle, that's for damn sure. Let's see which track this is. This is Chemical Mod. These aren't really from being MP3s. They're MP3s just so that I can play them. Like here's one that weren't this popular from him. Proper 90s UK jungle, you say? So I discovered this stuff probably around 1998 or so. I'm in recovery, so I was getting clean and sober, and there's a kid from Las Vegas who showed up and knew about this stuff, and I'd never heard anything like it. Spent some time learning, because I was like the prog rock guitar kid at this stage, and here I am being shown stuff like this. I had not heard music like this before. And some of it was really harsh like this, or for instance, that's a famous track. I tended to not be as much into the stuff that sounded like house like this, because I hadn't learned to like house yet. But like this really gritty stuff, I loved it. I had not heard anything like that short of like Frank Zappa's weirder excursions. And then he would also have funny things like this. So this is also wacky mod music. Let's see, what else do we have in here? Okay, this one is, as you can see, made very quiet, but proper jungle. Again, this artist is Euphoria. The thing about this is the extent to which it's based entirely off of samples, because it's the Amiga mod thing. So I'd not really thought about doing anything like that before. And some of it I'd really be into, and some of it not so much. Like, I had no patience for this, because this is trying to be traditional music, failing. So it's just like samples and doing a normal beat. But then I was all over stuff like this, because it's abstract and it's ominous and it's going into a thing that is completely overwhelming. these crazy beats just battering away. I've never been to a live performance where people danced to this, and yet you'd go completely bonkers over it. You know, what are some other examples? I could, before I get into the grueling grinding away of this, we do have our whole list. Here's another favorite. Tommyknockers. Also through Dubplate 2. Yeah. Well, no, I mean, it happened. This happened as a live thing for people. So maybe I'll leave this while I fill out my paper. Because here's the thing. I have to fill out a 6x6 with letters in order to make sense of how this gets arranged. So I have no choice. I must go and do that now. So we'll do it to the accompaniment of this music, and then I'll be done with it and I can go on. Otherwise, it'll be a bunch of radio silence. You know it. So let's see. Okay, got this much? And I should probably do the 5x5 so that I have a reference. So we'll do that. Then we start again. Okay, I got what I need. I don't want to stop the music. I don't want to go back to work. This kind of stuff is so much better as a mod. Okay, I'll go back to work. Fine. But yeah, so Tab's asking, did I ever explain the code somewhere? I'm not quite sure what you mean. Yeah, music and chill. Oh, have I think it is set up to... Okay, so it maybe not as much chill, but I'm listening to Euphoria, so what do you expect? Okay, Tabs, explain that further, please. Did you ever explain the code somewhere? Sounds like a handy short form to see what's going on with arrangements. I don't understand how that relates to the work that I'm... Oh, this. This is not about arrangements. This is about... Here, give me a second. Boop. So this is about householder matrices. And that's the code I'm working on. So I have a householder matrix that's made like this. So you go A, B, C, D, E, and then F, G, H, I, J. And then there is the primary version of it where these are the first 5, and then these are the second, and these are the third. And I'm also doing a stereo version where it starts as EGOTY, and then looks like DINSX, so on and so forth. And that shows me where I'm at with the banks of delays, because they're not all going through the matrix in the same direction. Left is going through the matrix like this, 5 here, and then they each feed 5 here, and then they each feed 5 here, and so on. And then right is going through the matrix like this. This is our first ones, and then this is our first one. That means a mono signal coming in, hitting both of those, is going to have slightly different stereo echoes, even though it's essentially mono. There'll be a degree of spread to it, even if it's not chorused or something interesting like that. So what I got to do is find out where it says like A, B, C, D, E, and then it needs to be A, B, C, D, E, F. And where it says EGOTY, it instead says FLRXZEZK. If I can extrapolate the delay lines I've got, add sort of 1 each time, and then also add a whole other bank on the end, and then assign them all to be these instead of these, I'll have my 6x6 matrix. At which point I can throw a bunch of variations into it, and it'll do the variations too. Ah, okay, so fair enough. No, I was not noting what was happening in the song. I was just enjoying the song. So, here we are, and I get to answer one of my questions, because feedback follows these rules. There's also going to be another set of things at the end that follows these rules. And one angle of it goes A, B, C, D, E, F, but then the other goes FLRXZEZK, whereas formerly it said EJOTY, which we see here. So F, L, R, X, follow that pattern and do the 6 banks of 6 delays and make them all have exactly the right names under this organization, and I'll have my 6x6 matrix, at which point I can copy it over and do as many variations on it as I want. So firstly, we'll save that. It's going to make a lot of these end up different, but that's fine. And then I'm going to want, this is part of the filtering, and it's likely to be something I will want to continue to use. So we're going to do the same thing here. And same deal. F, L, R, X, Z, E, and ZK. So that becomes that bank of correct things, and I'm going to have to go in now and change some other places in the code too. Let's see, save. See, all of this is going to be in a non-working state for a while, but I'll be able to compare the little square of 5 by 5 here with the square of 6 by 6 and find out what the correct level of things is. Like if I'm on like bank 4 and it says this and I'm reading it this way, I can go and instead make it be these, reading it that way, and it will end up being the correct thing. So it's basically just a giant pile of drudgery. I could do well to put on Euphoria some more and just sink into that for a while. But I think what I'll do is just keep talking away, because that's really more along the lines of what doing a live stream is about, especially when it's really tedious like this. But some of this will be fairly straightforward, like this. Well, make sure to get those right. Oops. Come on. So now that goes from ZA to ZK. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K. And here's where I go and do my typing away like mad. Well, tabs, I would tell you very quickly I'm not a smart man either. I'm just very diligent. And I want things. I want this 6 by 6 reverb. I have a feeling it's going to be really good. So yeah. And because I want these things, I have to go and do this stuff. B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I. So one reason people often do their complicated frameworks and things to make classes and not have it be this difficult is that there's the possibility for me to do a simple typo and then suffer for it. D, E, F, G, H, I, K. So if I do some of this wrong or make a mistake, it can end up haunting me or causing problems. And I kind of got to just focus in. And keep things organized to the point where I can do this. And sort of organize the code so I can more or less see if it's basically right. Like if I'm trying to type K and I've gone off the end of the thing, I can tell that I did something wrong somewhere. That ought to do it for these, but we still have more of these. In fact, all of these now need to be changed. or rather not all of them. This just gets to be feedback FL, but all these need to get changed. Because I remember the pattern that it had, which was FL R X Z and ZK, and that's the correct way of organizing that. These, I assume I've incremented those. I guess I can check, right? There needs to be a count, and there is a count for each of those. So cool, cool. B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K. Not that many more delay banks, but it may lead to an enormous increase in density. And it'll be interesting to see how that works. Honestly, if the original K Cosmos is like 10 times more efficient than the Soundtoys one, I can afford another 20 or so delay lines to go even beyond what it already is. C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J. I mean, the really big question is, will the thing I'm making run on this antique computer? Because, of course, I'm on Snow Leopard on an 8 gigabyte, 2.53 gigahertz Intel Core of i5. So I need to make my stuff so it'll run on this machine, because this is what I'm developing on to start things with. This at least gets to be quicker. Oh, except for I screwed that up, didn't I? There we go. I saw I did something wrong. Yep. Oh yeah. And I'm happy to see that it's finding its use in VCV, because that is thanks to Bacon Paul, who works on the Surge XT synthesizer, and also made the fairly recent soft synth 6 Signs, and is responsible for bringing my stuff to VCV Rack and Consolidated. I will always shout him up for that. So here we have another bank of things where either one thing needs to be updated or all of them need to be. Needs to go to F, and then this entire bank needs to be changed to F, L, R, X, Z, E, and ZK. And that's got all of our numbers initialized. Thing is, I am pretty sure we're not actually going to be in working order. Well, I don't know, maybe we are. Let's find out. Okay. Yeah, no, we're no longer in working order, and I'll tell you why. I've just changed all those numbers. So there is no longer such a thing as some of these. These are fine, those are not. So now all of this has to be updated before we can hear a thing. It can no longer be built until I follow through and do all the rest of it. And that's my job today, so hopefully if I can't finish this all today, maybe I'll get back to it on Thursday. If I do finish it all today, maybe I'll jump on the Minecraft server and see what mayhem has ensued. I'm curiously resistant to jumping on that server, knowing that people came and griefed some of my friends and stuff. That's a bit of a drag, but what I can do about it is rather limited, so it's like, okay, whatever. This stuff stays the same. I see. Yeah, that would follow. You could do that. You could do that in VCV Rack just fine. Console 9 is probably your best bet, unless, well, Console 9 is about the only thing you can do short of some of I'm pretty sure some of the lettered plugins have 10 knobs or less. Like, you could be doing what, Console MC or Console MD or whatever. All of this stuff is fine. This is my first opportunity to start bringing in the 6x6. And in some cases, it's gonna be straightforward, like that. But then all this needs to get updated. F L R X E. But once I've got it down once, I can just copy it over from what I see before me. Got that finished. Looks like early reflection is simply a matter of stereo. So that stuff and the filter doesn't need to change, because although the averaging is coming in a 5x5 matrix and the feedback is coming in a 5x5 matrix, Jonathan, you cannot necessarily dial in the Console X bass and make it sound like the one in Console MC, but you should be able to get fairly close. It's not meant to be quite the same. And I'll peek over here, see if there's anything else that I need to keep an eye on. Presumably not. Here's another place to follow the pattern. And update all of the This has me wondering whether I should just be doing a find and replace over the entire code. Thing is, I could do that, but I'm not sure it would give me fully correct results. I don't trust that just going around and doing finding and replacing on this would actually give me what I need. I feel like it could end up going wrongly somehow. So I'd better just do it manually. What keeps me developing on the older machine with Snow Leopard is a couple of things. One, if I don't do that, my plugins aren't accessible to RetroMags, because modern macOS development and modern versions of Xcode, which are required for modern machines such as Apple Silicon, which I use on the regular, that's my main machine, does not allow for developing for, say, well, I mean, technically the Intel, but my stuff on Snow Leopard, I'm cross-compiling for 64-bit, 32-bit, and PPC. I'm developing for computers considerably lower than the one I'm developing on, because you can't. Because I could run say K-Cosmos on an old cheese grater G4, and it would very likely run just fine. And people should be able to still use those, and you can get a hold of those for very, very cheaply. So I'm directly enabling people to make music on like Cast-Off or, Thrift Store Macs, if any of such are around. That's important. The fact that it forces me to code efficiently is important. And again, it's not quite the same with my Windows VSTs are being compiled on a legit version of Windows 7, I think, and they're VST2s. So basically just anything that continues to have backwards compatibility to old plugins, such as have existed forever, will continue to have compatibility for that. Yeah, my stuff will work on your G4 iBook. You're welcome. That's very much on purpose. Very, very much on purpose. Stuff like that should remain useful. And again, developing the VSTs, I'm building them on a old, it actually runs in a virtual machine that has no connection with anything. I'm building the old VSTs, including 32-bit versions and separate 64-bit versions, but that kind of covers everything. I'm building a Linux version, which hopefully works for most people that want it. There's not that large numbers of people that want it, but that's also on a virtual machine, a virtual PC, effectively, and it's some old version of Ubuntu. And then I'm running a Raspberry Pi version on Pi 400 that I have sitting over that away. I can see it from where I'm sitting, because people should also be able to run all of this stuff on Raspberry Pis. People can get their hands on Raspberry Pis. Also, it means if you can code stuff in Raspberry Pi and find some way to host a thing with like a DAC and ADC hat, you could make a Raspberry Pi based Stompbox using, if you can get it working, any Airwindows plugin is yours. And that's basically just hacker bait. That's basically, if you want to build the thing, supposing you're building a synthesizer, and you're using a Raspberry Pi to power it, and you have all the rest of your stuff working. Oh, well, thank you for the 10 pounds. If you're building a synthesizer, basing it on a Raspberry Pi, and your machinery for running the synth is presumably Raspberry Pi Linux based, and you have the capacity to include Raspberry Pi Linux VST plugins in whatever it is that you're coding and using, then you can use any Airwindows plugin up to the current day in your Raspberry Pi based synthesizer that you can then go and sell. Since it's MIT licensed, you have to credit me. As far as I'm concerned, that's it. MIT license means you do not have to pay a royalty. You do not have to open your own code. You have to credit me and say that you're using my code. But beyond that, very explicitly, no, go and make all the cool things. I will help you make all the cool things. I'm doing that literally today, trying to do the 6x6 reverb. If I can do it, because I don't know whether it will, but if I can do it and it runs on the Raspberry Pi, because I can compile it, but that doesn't mean it'll run, then somebody making the Raspberry Pi effect box gets to use the very latest 6x6 Airwindows reverb in it. Or, I don't know, make some kind of drone synth and then include it. Or make some kind of drone synth on a Raspberry Pi that just runs a bunch of weird controls and makes its own thing. And you get to use K-Cosmos in that right now. Just credit. Just say Airwindows K-Cosmos is the reverb I'm using. Anyways, on with the painful drudgery of doing this. I hadn't gotten up to this bit yet, so brief F, L, R, CE and ZK. There. So now those prevs are updated and are what they need to be in order for it to work. And I've got a whole bunch more to go through, but you can see how this is going. So however long it takes. I could have gotten started on this earlier today, except for that I was like painting some plastic things for my car and fussing with stuff like that, which I'm not sorry for because it was a fun way to spend the morning. Also, once I've finished doing all of this, it's not likely to be perfectly ready to go. There will be other updates that I'll have to do. In particular, I'm pretty sure my feedback parameters are not what they're going to need to be. I can look up what the correct, see, here is, let's skip over to display overlay. Here's where I got my information. I don't know most of this math. This is Nick Hyam's webpage explaining this. So here's where I got how I'm going to be doing it, and here's literally where I got how the 555 matrix works. The number I'm using for feedback is going to be a factor of this 1/5 in order to make it feedback properly. It's going to need to change to whatever this is, and I'll have to figure out what the correct change is to get the feedback to be correct. Otherwise, it'll be wildly wrong and either not feedback at all or feedback way too much. So I can probably note that down on paper. 4x4 is 1/2. 5x5 is 1/5, and then 6x6. The reason it goes from 1/2 to 1/5 to 1/3 probably has to do with how the half is all ones and negative ones, and then the 1/5 is 3s and -2s, but then the 1/3 is 2s and -1s, similar to the half. One thing I have high hopes for in this particular development is when I change from the 5x5 to the 6x6 and start using this diagonal line as nothing but multiplications by 2, that is the same as my plugin bit shift gain. Similarly to how the 4x4, everything is being multiplied by unity and only the sign bit is being flipped. With this, with the 5x5, some of them were a simple multiplication by 2, meaning that is only changing the exponent, not touching the mantissa. But all of the 3x3s are not only being communicated across louder, but they're also getting a multiply. Going to the 6x6 goes back to either unity gain or a 6.08 dB only shifting the exponent multiply. And in theory, that could mean that the 6x6 will sound better than the one where it's constantly having to multiply by 3. Because in floating point, you can't really multiply properly by 3. It's always going to be a little bit wrong. Let's close this and go back to Coding Stream. So yeah, these are the things that we are facing. And time to move over to this. I also might scoot over and hit the facilities at some point. I should finish drinking the rest of my coffee before it's too late in the day. It's already 2. I don't want to be drinking coffee at 5. Especially writing out the biorhythms thing where I'm on like an intellectual peak and an emotional crater. The combination of those two things is not good and tends to get in the way of me being able to get proper sleep. So if I combine that with coffee, that's just going to be all the worst. So I need to be done with coffee for the day. And trudging through this stuff. Good thing about this is that once you've got it for one line, you can go through and do it for all the lines. And that's what's happening next. Let's see, bringing this over to where I can see it. Okay, F. L. Maybe I can do that easier with the mouse than with those keys. R. X. Oh, and I missed a bit. Can't do that. That would give me bad results. I have to spot every single thing and make them all be perfect for this to work. Otherwise, it will just make me sad and break. ZE. See, this is more or less why I feel the need to be drinking all the coffee, is the pressure of having to do all these little details and getting them all right. This is why people make stuff more abstract. But there's a price to be paid for it. C, K. Okay, so now that part is good. Now, same deal. It's going to be this all afternoon. Hopefully, my ability to chatter will hang in there. But with or without streaming it, this is what my life is going to be for a little while. Let's see. Let's do a vertical. No. Kind of like that. There we are. Now we've got the filtering up to date and able to work with the 6x6. And onwards we go, because that is, it really does make me wonder whether there's a way to, thing is, if I cheat through by doing a find and replace, firstly, all of that stuff has to be very correct. And secondly, there's a limited number of places. Like, maybe I can make this easier on myself. See, here is up to this point. We can maybe look for places to say capital Y. Okay. So that's showing out where everywhere it could be replaced with part of what I need it to be. E exists in multiple places. The JOTY is probably something that I can do a find and replace on, and that will save me a bunch of time. Plus, if I do it that way, it'll be more accurate. I can never actually do all of the E at the same time, but by that same token, in selection, we can force it to be the ZE and then go through and make it be ZK by just adding the extra one. T, oh, hang on. See, we can't really be going through it quite like this. Also, see, this stretches forwards into here. I can do it with this stuff in here. That might prove useful. So let's give it a try. So again, here's where I'm trying to take everything that is in the Y category of the 5x5 and change it to ZE or ZK so I can add another one. I can save myself some trouble by figuring out ways of doing this. It's frying my brain a little bit though, so give me a moment. I'm going to go AF key for just a bit, and I'm going to wash my coffee cup. Alrighty, I'm back. So here's where we're at. Can I do some of this using find and replace? Because I know I can duplicate the count EL and make it FL, and that is correct. It's going to rapidly become even more complicated than that, but can I do this EJOTY? I won't be able to turn all of the E's to F's because there needs to be a separate one for the, although I could probably turn all the ERs to F's. That would work. But no, because I need to do the delays, which are neither right nor left. And those can all be updated at once. And then also you'll notice that it is going to fill in here and save me a bit of trouble with this stuff. A bit of trouble with this stuff. It's going to slow down more and more as I keep going. I'm just seeing if I can get a head start. Oh yeah. No, this is why I'm going so slowly right now. There's a variety of points to this. So one thing about it though, I can hit in selection. As far as it goes, that is correct. And then find the place where I have this. It's not going to apply for here. This is probably the only place I get to do this in. And let's have a quick look at whether T can be changed to X. So that's all still correct. That part's correct as well. It's showing up in the right places. On this machine, I'm not running version control. The Snow Leopard Mac OS is not capable of running even terminal-based Git that'll talk to GitHub, so I don't get to have that. They're not as bad as Apple as far as stepping on people on old machines, but and I don't know. I hope I'm good enough at doing this stuff in my head. These are the only places where I really get to do this freely and cavalierly, if you want to call it that. It does look very much as though this is still correct. So we'll run through and do a bunch of these. That actually changed this so that now these are no longer in line. Like out X, not the same as this AX at all. So I'm going to have to keep an eye on that. But so far, so good. There was no T to worry about in that arrangement. Next, O gets changed to R. Those are the correct places. Those are the correct places. It's not showing up anywhere else. This is something of a time saver, the fact that I can do that in here. Yeah. So far so good, I guess. Again, option in selection, boop. And then over to, my concern is if I do this and then have more stuff that I should remember to do that I'm forgetting. So J must needs be changed to L. Same deal. Do I see other instances that are not in a place that I want? Yes. This shouldn't be altered. But I can probably get away with it. Yeah. See, I want to be replacing all the ones here, but these ones are supposed to remain the same. What's being assigned to is the next stage. K-Cosmos could conceivably cause clicks depending upon what you do with it. Some of the things that it does would cause clicks and other things would not. So J to L. And then put those ones back. And now we are on to, let's see. Groveling our way through this stuff. That part's done. We need to add an additional layer here. And we can look for a FR. Or rather, ER. And then we'll need to make one small change. So if ER needs to be changed, oh, I need to not have it do this one. And we are no longer highlighting them, huh? Okay, you're going to be a pain in the butt, fine. Oh, and it's also going to require that this early ZER get changed. Well, that makes things more complicated. Maybe to the extent that I need to just go in manually. I'm not sure if I trust the search and replace on that one. Yeah, if you're manipulating the controls may cause clicks depending upon which one you're moving. It probably shouldn't be making like buffer clicks or anything like that, but I haven't used it in VCV, so I'm not sure. Also, bear in mind, the VCV version of it runs much smaller buffers than usual. So that could make it be, yeah, you've got a powerful CPU, but that is demanding a lot. I'm just saying. There may be ways of fiddling with it. If you can make the VCV rack instance of the VCV rack consolidated effectively, if you can fiddle with its buffer, that might help it. Because it might be sitting all on one CPU, if you know what I mean. Again, the VCV rack version is going to try to run an incredibly low buffer size. It tends to do that. more than Consolidated or the regular plugins. So bear that in mind. Now, where was I? F. So that at least is correct. This also has to become F. I almost missed that, didn't I? F, L, high. Why do I not have... I guess I just don't, do I? Spotted that before it went horribly wrong. So yeah, for the next 2.5 or so hours, we're going to be doing that. We're going to be grinding away at this. Using DRes in KCosmos will make it easier to run rather than harder. DRes runs fewer instances of the full Reverb routine. If you crank it up, if you crank DRes all the way up to 1, that will make it more difficult. Hey, Grins. FLRX, ZE, and ZK. So I do know that I'm going to need to do this. Be sure and get all of those constants. I have to get all of the instances of it. I wonder whether somehow it's not handling the fact that the buffer is very small. It shouldn't be having a problem with it. Or maybe you're getting more clicks than... Maybe you're getting more clicks, but the fact that it is running... Like if you put the DRes down to a really low frequency, what's happening is it is reconstructing a very low sample rate reverb. So it's not going to be running as many reverb samples, but the overall tone is going to be much darker. And when you have darker, lower frequencies, you'll hear the clicks more easily. If I wasn't so in the middle of doing this, I might run KCosmos on this machine and see if I can get it to do any similar thing. Unfortunately, I am deeply invested in doing more of this. I suppose it's not really unfortunately. FL, lovely, very good. And then I got to double one of these. There will probably be other moments when I spot a find and replace moment that I can use. They may be few and far between, but I can still do it. Jonathan, I don't know what I meant by that. Other place where I can do the thing. Looking good so far. FLRXZE and my one remaining. Namely ZK. So that becomes the new challenge, is spot places where I can select a small amount of text and do a find and replace to swap a whole bunch of stuff rather than only the one. Because so far that looks good. I think I have a first stage. At this point onward, assuming all this stuff is right, and here's prev ZR and ZKR. That's certainly what I'm using. So we got here, and we got here, and we have gotten up to the first stage. That's 1/6 done. I'm a little bit distracted by wanting to help fix the problem, but I don't know how, so I can't be that distracted. Now all of this stuff is going to be changed and different. I'm trying to spot where the next stage, it's probably not worth it. I'm going to try to do a 6x6 householder matrix grens. If I can do it once, I can do it with any combination of delay times. But that involves going through every single stage and updating all these individual variables correctly without a single mistake. And that's a tall order. But so was the original 5x5, so what the hey. So we'll start by, since it's going to be manual this entire time, let's go and have everything in this section duplicated, because every one of the values is going to be updated, probably by hand, including the early reflection section. And we're probably past the point of being able to automate any of it, but I've gotten through the first stage of 6. I'm glad I'm not doing all pass filters in this. It would just make everything even more complicated. What I could do is just grind my way through literally everything doing this simple part. Let's do that. I do know that will have to happen. What I have going for me is that at least it is straightforward looking. There are also other things that I can do looking at just the overall giant size of it all. And I'm going to do this bit now, and then I'm going to get on to whatever else I can do with find and replaces. Yeah, SurgeXT Discord. I am building on, well, I am taking the 5x5 and extending it into a 6x6 simply by taking the same basic concepts and expanding in every direction by 1. So if I go through 5 different things and increment them, then I copy it over and now I have 6 different things to increment, and that's in the correct place and doing it right. If, like you see at the top of the screen, it says AWR equals count WR times out XR times 3 minus these are the things times 2, well, turns out all of the times, parentheses times 2 parentheses can be replaced by just parentheses. All of the out XR times 3 parentheses can be replaced by times 2 parentheses, and that will always be the correct answer for everywhere in the code. So that stuff I can do automated. However, stuff like this I kind of got to do by hand, and then I'm going to be doing a lot of slowly and painstakingly updating each of these letters to what the new letter needs to be according to this, where the original is the 5x5, and then it needs to be the new letters included in the 6x6 matrix. So then that becomes a matter of like, okay, I have 6 entries here, so this is part of the 6x6. I have 6 entries here, so this is part of the 6x6. Only 5, so I need to duplicate that once over. Duplicate that once over, and it's always going to follow that same pattern. And it's going to be a long time before I can see whether this is to be run or not. And it might be a long time before I can do a search and replace operation and change many of them at once. Although it is possible I can do some of these things in one section and then copy over and change early to out and have it, and also E to A. I would have to remember to do both of those things. But that would work, doing that bit. So that's 6 of everything there. You'll also notice I have a space between each of these sections because I'm trying to make it sort of visually recognizable, because I'm not running abstractions or any other way of making sense of it. So it all has to fall into visual categories and be recognizable that way. Only way I can manage it is if that much of it makes a kind of visual sense. That said, that's the end. So what I need to do is take this part which goes up to where it says 5, copy that, paste it again. Six. And this is going to have an entirely new set of letters, which are going to involve a lot of Z and then other letter. And then early reflection R. Also, this number is going to be different, and I don't know what it's going to be yet. And then let's see this. We're going to have one more of these. This might as well be busted into sets so that I can see where the 6th version is. Again, see this variable, this number 0008, it's not going to be the same number. It's going to be a different number, and I don't know what the different number is yet. But it's a start. And then this algorithm all gets changed as well. So this is probably a fine time, seeing as it doesn't go any farther than this. We can change the ×2 and ×3 now. Up you go, but not that far. Where's the first place that we see that? Here. So, paren ×2.0 paren. That's going to be just one paren, meaning that I'm going to have to go through and remove a bunch of other parens. However, this is fine. Ooh, or there's another way to do that. Okay, so first of all, Option hold down. I'm going to glance over and see that it's only applying to the places I want it to apply. Looks good. That'll hold for this area too. There's going to be 6 sets of those. In selection. Now the next one that I'm going to do is not actually the 3.0 yet. I'm going to use it as part of the calculation. 3.0. Oh, for heaven's sake. That was not helpful. Move to where I can see what I'm doing, please. Thank you. Paren, there we go. No. Minus space paren. Actually, I could do both of these at once. So we're changing all of the 3s to 2s. And we're removing the paren on the very end. So I can do all of these at once. It'll apply. It's got all of that. And then more and more and more and 6. And then finally it shows up in this final feedback calculation. There's going to be more of this to do. But as far as this goes, I don't think I even need to constrain it any further. I don't even need to do it within the selection, because that particular combination only shows up in the code, and it's not going to show up anywhere else. And it needs to be changed to 2.0 paren minus space. And that will change the 3s to 2s. It's only going to change the 3s that I want to change to 2s, 2s. And then it's going to strip that paren which was being taken away before. Because, as we saw on the math for the householder matrix thing, we are not multiplying those other ones by 2. And nothing to it but to do it. Boom. So that should work, and we have balancing numbers of parentheses. There's one, there's the other. So ready to move on that, I guess. Now that I have this organized into 6s, this needs work. So this stuff is okay and ready to go. This is okay and ready to go. This is okay. This is okay. This is okay. This part is not. And the reason is, our addition there is not including every instance. We've got 6 things. See how it says EJL, and then I'm going to, all of those are going to be changed to different letters. But what we don't have here is all 6 of the things coming in from the original. Because it's going to want to do this. All these need to look like that. And this early on, I can in fact add this and it'll be correct. To a point anyhow. Much like this is going to need fixing too, but for at least some of these, this is going to be correct. And then it's rapidly going to stop being correct for all the further ones that I do. Yeah, good point, Jonathan. It's nice to work with stuff that acts like instruments. Like one of the things I'm doing on the modular lately is I've got a piezo disc glued to a wooden tray, and I'm going to try to use that to play electronic instruments in, namely my kick and my clap and my hat, and also the Blue Lantern snare that I got is over there as well. And I've worked out ways to configure all of those Eurorack modules so that I can play them in using the wooden tray with the piezo on it and get a good responsive sound, which is really velocity sensitive, except for velocity sensitive usually means MIDI. This is not MIDI. So it'll be a electricity sensitive, meaning that rather than having velocity levels from 0 to 125, it's just plain electricity from the piezo going into a modular synthesizer and being turned into a, presumably with electrical circuits, being turned into a trigger voltage, which is also not quantized, and driving a bunch of other electronic circuits that are also not quantized. So I'll have like fully analog velocity, and I'll see whether that produces amusing results or whether I'm just wasting my time with it, I guess. But speaking of wasting time, oh boy, do I have a lot to do here. So the thing that's coming in here is ZER and ZKR, and this stuff is, oh, and I got to do the F. This is going to follow a pattern. This is now correct. Except for this part's not. But what's being assigned to here, this part's correct so far. This may not be, but maybe it is. Oh no, it's going to have to be FR everywhere that exists. FLR X. See, it's following a pattern. So what's in this multiplied by 2 has to not be in this list, and that's what I'm doing. And it looks like I've got it. Yeah, I think I got it. And I've got the similar thing to do over here too. So let's see. Much like early had to be adjusted. I also have to do the same thing here. Judging from how this looks, I think there is no chance I'm going to have this running by the end of the day, but I can spend a couple of hours at it. Y'all can live with it because this is the path towards having this be a thing and work. Let's see how close we come. All right, this is now done, I think. A, B, C, D, E, F, A, B, C, D, E, F. That pattern holds up to this last one, at which point F is here, and A, B, C, D, E. Okay, so this part's done, other than over here, where it gets assigned to stuff. I have to update all of those letters now, too. Same with out here. Meaning this has to become K. And the one on the very end, E. So this one here becomes K. You see it's doing the diagonal line down it? And that probably gives me, well, hang on. No, it doesn't, because this has to be F. It's like a puzzle, but for self-torture. Okay, that should be correct. FLRXZEK. FLRXZK. Okay. So far, so good. Now, this drastically limits the ability that I can adjust some of these things. I don't get to mess with some of these things too freely, because the letters that are getting replaced are getting much messier. But what I can do, however, is observe that the letters that are being replaced are now like FGHIJ being replaced with GHIJKL. So there's that. And DINSX, which you can also see on the screen, is getting replaced with EKQWZDZJ. And if I can keep track of all of that bit by bit and follow the patterns, then I can do another bank of this to some extent. And I think I'm past ever being able to replace any of these things again. But I'm over to the section where now I just trudge through this one letter at a time. And follow these patterns as they go. I'm staring at this, not wanting to do it, is what I'm doing. Everything up to these assignments is now correct, and I'm staring at it, not wanting to do it. Whatever. I may let myself jump on the Minecraft at some point. I don't want... If I can do it, I don't have to do it over. This is how I did the 5x5. I did the 5x5 by starting with a 4x4 and doing exactly this with it. It's just an order of magnitude more work this time around. But it's as straightforward as doing this over and over. The scary part is, at what point do I stop and then have to catch back up and see what I've missed? But yeah, GHIJKL. See, that was a typo right there. That's always rather daunting. And then instead of DINSX, or DNSX, as it were, it's an even more difficult to pronounce thing. EKQW. CD. ZJ. E. K. Q. W. That's how we do. And I mustn't get it confused with the ZER and the ZKR, because those are different things. Yeah, I know, right? It might be like mixing, and maybe I will need a break. Well, I bet I can do another half hour or hour. I bet I can. This is, mind you, this is a week where I had resolved to not beat myself into the ground. But like, now I can see what the correct letters are at the top of the screen. So that should count for something. We got that so far, and I do know that it's the things that are being assigned to that are getting changed. So at least at this point. As long as I can keep my eyes from crossing. I can find all the right spots on the screen. And as long as I can keep the scope of it small enough, so far so good. So yeah, those done. Same for this section, except for literally 1, 2, 3, 4 columns of it. Nope, 5. See, delay F, these blue things also must be changed. So 5 columns per thing. And if I make a single mistake, it'll cause great problems for me in future. So I do not wish that. And again, this is why people abstract things a lot more. The thing is, when they abstract things a lot more, they don't run 10 times as fast as the competition's reverb. So I think I'll be sticking with this. Scary and painful though it may be. EKQ, W, ZD, and ZJ is our next pile of hurt. Maybe I can just do the Z. Well, then I'd forget. I wouldn't necessarily forget, but I could conceivably forget. And that prospect is daunting. Helpful once I've got the first one done, because then I can glance at it. Must remember these, or terrible things will happen that I won't like one bit. Or at least in terms of stuff is going to sound wrong. And the amount of trouble this is putting me to, I'm not down for it sounding wrong. I would like it to be perfect first time out. Though I do have to admit this is moving along. Like, I suppose I could just let people talk to each other on chat, or I don't know, put on music again and grind away. It's funny about samplers. I've never been that into them. I don't really tend to think in terms of, the only time I think in terms of samples are like, I want a snare sample that I will trigger using the whatever. I think in terms of instruments, which is why setting up the electric stuff with a piezo pickup drum thingy sits better with me, because I am more comfortable having something that is responsive and playable rather than thinking in terms of like what the guy with Euphoria with the Amiga mods was doing. Yeah, maybe I will need to do exactly that. Let's see. We'll see whether this gets me anywhere. Oh. The ability to follow patterns helps. And I just have to remember to get like those, the blue words must be attended to. I've done things like this many times. I just want to watch chat. It's more fun than this. Whatever. I get paid to do this. And so I'm damn well going to do it. Let's see. E, K, Q, W. C, D. C, J. And likewise for literally all the rest of this. E, K, Q, W, Z, D, Z, J. And all the way through here, E, K, it's always going to be different letters I'm muttering to myself in the process. Okay. Q, W, Z, D, Z, J. But we're not done. More. E, K, Q, W, come on, E, K, Q, W, D. All right, now another bank. Yeah, definitely chat amongst yourselves, guys. More alphabetical. My fingers start fumbling after a certain point. E, K, Q, W again. Nope. Q, W, Z, D, Z, J. Get ready to do this. Keep going. E, K, Q, W, Z, D, Z, J. Other ones up there have already got done. E, okay. Hang on. Almost got by me that time. Q, W, didn't hit the button correctly. Z, D, Z, J. This is why I must keep an eye on all of this as well as typing it. Okay. Q, W, J. E, K, W, Z, D. Nope, wrong. CJ. My stomach is rumbling because I'm burning so much energy trying to stay on top of all of this. E, K, Q, W. But we're not quite done, because we have these. I, J, K, L. And you know what? I'd better fill these in now. Including these. And now I got to go through letter by letter on the diagonals. But I got that first section. So G, H, I, J, K, L. So here's where the diagonal kicks in. G, G, G. No, stop. You fiend. That was not what I needed. Okay. G, H, I, J, K, L, still present. I undid the mistake. So it starts with G 2 times, and then G shows up in these diagonals as we go along. Then, so G, H, I, J, K. So I can go through some of these diagonals and do them kind of like this. So, okay, okay, and I'm kind of trying to figure out where this all fits. Well, I'll go from the other side. So G, H, I, J, K, L. It's going to be really hard when I have to do E, K, Q, W, Z, D, C, J. I am practical-minded as far as working hard for the money, and this is moving slightly. Well, for a while there, it was moving faster. This is the grueling hard part of it, getting these diagonals to work. But it should still be doable. So G, H, 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 that's correct. I, so H, I, J, K, L, G, H, I, H, I, J, K, L, H, I, J, K, L, and H, I, J. All right, that one diagonal is done. That's correct. What it's being assigned to is not at all done, but that's fine. I'll be able to look it up momentarily. Now for the more difficult version. Let's scroll up so it can be visible on the screen. E, K, Q, W, C, D, C, J. So I can go through some of these patterns from one direction to the other. Might be a little disorienting, but all the same, I can still do it. In other words, the very end one, CJ, so that column is correct. This is going to be the ZD until it isn't, so then it's going to be W, I think. Yeah. Okay, so we're kind of finding the patterns here. W is the next here, so W, 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 and then what, Q? Yeah. K, K, then what then follows it? Is it Q or is it not? No, it's not. Or is it? What the heck am I doing? So, well, hang on. No, I've got that wrong. Q, Q. It's not going to show up there because it's already in the times 2. So Q, well, it's already in the other column. What the heck? Well, then let's try E, K, E, and then it's going to be first E for all of these. See, I can read it across and then I can read it down the column and try to get to where it makes sense. So EKQW, 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 etc. Ah. And there's the bottom half of that. So cool. One thing about it, I can copy the exact pattern for the other one, because we're now over to doing the next bit. But now we're on to the next section, because that diagonal stuff was the last part of what was the first section. So I am done with EKQW. Alrighty, what's my next magic set of numbers? It is MNOPQR for the top section, namely the stuff that is being assigned to. Oops. I cannot hit the right cursor keys to save my life. Okay, so it's going to be something like that. Also, I have all the other diagonals to do. Should I be doing this? Let's back that out until I have the other diagonals done. Oof. So, yeah, so what's happening here is each of these lines has been changed from a 5x5 to a 6x6 matrix. That means every single operation that I'm doing, no matter what the operation is, if there's a block of 5, it needs to be switched over to the respective block of 6 different things, 6 different delay lines. And that typically means copying, which I've done, exactly the same thing. Like, look at what it looks like in the bottom of the screen, where there is literally a duplicated line, and look at what the diagonal section looks like on the top of the screen. Not what's being assigned to, but where I'm getting the variables. The very top where it says early, and I'm going to be going through and doing where it says out, they're not the same. But where it says out, currently, everything about the bottom section is the same. So here's where I go through and can probably go a little bit easier because I have got the pattern now. G, H, I, J, K, L. H, G, G, G. No. G, G. Got myself in trouble there. Shouldn't have hit that button. It gets to me. After enough hours of this, it starts getting to me. And here I am adding the extra one over here. And over here it's going to be changed. But now this stuff can go a little bit easier because I am copying what I see up here to down here. As long as I get that part right, we're good. So we started with HGGGGGG. It's going to be a little bit disorienting. But if we copy what was up there, that's I, H, 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 H. And then it's J, 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 I. And then it's 4 Ks, and 2 Js. Then it's Ls until it's K. And because I was able to follow that, I got through the diagonals faster than the first time around. Same for this section, except for the letters are all very different. But maybe that'll be less disconcerting. Maybe it'll be less disorienting. K, E, E, and E. Oh, got to do this section first. Over here. E, H. Oh, no, not H. Not H. What was I thinking? E, K. K, Q, W. Got to look at the right place. Z, J. I'm looking like 2 blocks up to find where I need to go. But I got to do them or everything will go horribly wrong. So K and then I'll E. K. Look 2 blocks up. Q, Q, and then all K. W's and Q's. Let's not change the lowercase letters. Yeah, well, I mean, the thing is, though, like, describing these patterns, in theory, you could do it, but the problem is, when would an AI ever have seen anybody trying to do this before? When would an AI have seen anybody doing anything like this before? This is a dumb, silly, crazy thing. The only advantage is it runs 10 times faster than other people's competing reverbs. But nobody's doing this, and so the AI wouldn't be able to make any sense of it. And that's a shame, but so it is. CD. And W. And then my last one is ZJs, except for when it's ZD. And I believe that has done all of the diagonals for section 2. Now, if the AI is watching me, I'm giving it a stomach ache, and it serves it right. And the challenge is, like, what if the AI did this and got a few of the letters wrong? What would it be like trying to grovel over all of this and spot where I did it wrong? That would be so much worse. I ain't going there. Over to what we are actually doing. I mean, one thing I could do is just try to blank out all of the letters that I'm going to be filling in. However, I don't think that would help that much. So MNOPQR. Also, it has to be capital letters, so it's hurting my fingers a little bit. Although that's what caps lock is for. What am I doing? Why am I not using that? Go figure. And I believe I've skipped down a little bit too far because we need to do the ones up at the top too. So let's do that. At least I don't have to do the diagonals. M, N, O, P, Q, R. And here's another set of banks of things that must all be updated, but these ones will go D, J, P, V, Z, C, Z, I. It's not the same J that we did in the other section because that was L and this is R. D, J, P, V, Z, C, Z, I, not R, I. Gets a little bit tricky on those end ones. It's a pity that we don't have a 36 character alphabet. But then if it was that, it wouldn't be English and I wouldn't know how to speak it. Yeah, you were there when Chris discovered caps lock. Woo! And there was much rejoicing. Yay! I am almost done with this diagonal section, which brings me to close to halfway through, astonishingly enough, of at least something. D, J, P, V, C, Z, I. J, P, V, Z. Alrighty, and that brings us down to this section. I'm just eyeballing it to make damn sure I've got this part correct. See, here's what's faking me out. I just groveled my way through two different versions of diagonals, which is the most grueling part. The rest of this maybe is a little bit more straightforward. Maybe. We can hope. See where it says KLMNOO needs to be MNOPQR. And it's going to be that way across the board. Hard to know what to look at my fingers or to look at the screen. To type the wrong letter. Usually if I've done something horribly wrong, then I can see that the orderliness of it is all screwed up. So far, not right now. So now I gotta I'm honestly tempted to try reordering all of these so I don't have to keep going back and forth between the across and the down. Really, truly am kind of tempted. We're about halfway through, right? So, tell you what, if I put a nice big space in here to show me where I was, what would it be like if we were, in fact, because there's no reason for this stuff to be interleaved is the thing. Nothing is gained. And it's confusing me. So that bit's all fine. It's as good as I can expect. This is the order that things happen in. Hang on. Let's just move that over and scope it out a little bit and see if it looks like it makes sense. So there's this for starters, and the feedback thing. That's fine. That shouldn't matter that much. It's fine. Then we increment count. So we assign increment count and then read. Assign early, assign out, and now we're on to write, which is FLRX ZEZK. FLRX ZEZK, ZEZK. And everything is still in the correct order. So logically, if I was to go to rearrange all of these things, I don't have to bounce back and forth between the horizontal and the vertical. And there is a possibility that it will run faster because it doesn't know necessarily that it doesn't have to be keeping all of these things in cache at the same time. So there could be a win off of that. Maybe. So as long as these things are in the same relative orderliness, GHIJKL, before we get to the R's, we will be essentially taking every section should have had an extra in there. There, so if I make them all do that, see, we get up to 1, GHIJKL. This stuff is the same pattern here. GHIJKL. Same there, same there, same there. Over to the horizontal reading of it. And now we are continually referring to stuff like count QR, which didn't show up anywhere up here. Wasn't in any of this, but now it's showing up in this. and see how count QR is there and there and there and there and there and there and there. And we're referring to it. We don't have to muddle these things together. So now that that's basically done, same deal. I tend to discourage people from praying to me or calling me sir. It's just my way. That seems odd to me. Anyways, MNOPQR, we've actually done this bit already. Or at least some of it. Or if we haven't, maybe I'll be able to make sense of it. PQR, PQR, PQR plus plus. And here's where we left off, I believe. Okay, so here is a section that must now be updated. I've begun to do it, but I haven't done all the bits of it. But that's all, I got about halfway through. And here is this stuff. I've begun to do it, but I've got about halfway through. So what this means is I can skip ahead and go through all of these and then go and look back to where I had done about half of it. At least it will make things go a little quicker. That's certainly the hope. Both for CPU running quicker, but also for me being able to grind through it quicker, talking to myself and babbling the whole way, because it's not going to go back and forth and be as confusing. And this stuff that I'm doing, the moving these things around, is following a pattern, so I can kind of charge right through here, much like once I'm able to go forth and do the rest of this. See, all of it is following the PQRSTT until it goes BGLQVV, and then this is all BGLQVV. And that's another section. So onwards. That gets moved up here. That gets moved up there. Then the output. Early, then out. Same deal. These all go AFKPU, and there it is. Through the entire thing, the pattern is consistent. So holy crap, but maybe this is going to help. Because there's going to be a big old block where I don't have to keep going back and forth between the horizontal and the vertical forms. Boop. Then let's see. UVWXY all moves up over the AFK. AFK, 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 AFK. Good, good, good. And that was the end of that list. Speaking of AFK, I'm going to go and hit the can again. I'm getting close. You know what? I'm not only going to go and hit the can, but I'm also going to get my cheese defrosting and turn the oven on for tacos, because it might burn right up to the point of either being done by 5 or needing to stop before 5. And I'm not sure which, but I'll be right back in a moment. Hey, I'm coming back. All right. Hey, I'm back. We're going to finish this thing. I don't know if I'm going to be able to finish it literally in all one day, but I'll have a damn good try at it. And we're going to take a break for show and tell. Air tabs. These are the things I was putting on my car. I spray painted them earlier this morning and they've dried off enough where I can handle them. So the car is this color. And the way these things work is you put them on like the back of your car, or where the air is going to chop off and basically have a lot of turbulence. So they go this direction through the air. And as the air comes in this way, it forms turbulence going to either direction. So you have them at the back of your car, for instance, and the air forms vortexes, and the vortexes kind of tuck in. It goes along this way, whoosh, and the vortexes tuck in behind the car and make the air be less turbulent, because the turbulence is being controlled by the vortexes generated by these wacky things. And it gets you a couple of mpg. It gets you a couple of miles per gallon, and I've got them stuck on my car. So that's what I was doing this morning that had me, I did indeed say air tabs. That is literally what these say on them. It says AirTab are fuel savers, so it's a registered trademark, this is. Yeah, so you are presumably also a registered trademark. Also, my poor old laptop is kind of heating up a little bit, but all it's been doing is running Xcode, so I'm not sure what its problem is. Hey, you're sending. Tabs is ascending into the air. See, people in chat are chatting away about audio subsystems is basically what you guys are doing. So where did we leave off? NOPQR. That is indeed one of the sections, but we've only got part of the way through it. So this is where we left off, I believe. Yep, there is the... Yep. That section was done. This section is not. We're about halfway through section 2. And no, that still looks correct. Yeah, because those are the early and out. But then we also have these, which are the right. Okay, so this is all the left channels. And that part is finished, and I'm pretty sure, yeah, this part is also finished, so cool, cool. That should at least accelerate matters when I get to there. And what we haven't gotten to quite is here. So we're finishing up these. M, N, O, P, Q, R. No, not E, R. Same pattern. This is often the way of coding. Gradually getting up to speed and hitting these heights of coding speed at the last moment. Not E, R, thank you. All right, good night, Tabs. Have a good. And here we are again, doing this all over again. Eek. was a wildly different thing. Put a bracket in there? That doesn't make any sense at all. Also, I will note I am repeating calculations here. But not really, because it's the array position calculation that I'm repeating. I don't actually get to use the same value for EML and AML. Those are different. So I believe that is where that stuff leaves off. It goes to the next stage. So over, ooh, hello. No, we're still good, I believe, because the diagonals will have been done correctly. This is before I've adjusted all of the rest of the stuff. So this bit is correct, but then none of this is updated. We have stopped at this stage. The thing I like about having to go through and do it this way is I'm still struggling a little bit with the fact that the diagonals are not the same as what they're being assigned to, but I can see this all on one page. That should come in handy. Let's start doing DJPVZCZI. Hang on. No. Stop. There you go. That's better. J, P, V, D, C, C, I. Tempted to just keep going vertically, although I don't suppose I really must. Probably better to do it like this. D, J, P, V, C, C, I. Hey, got through some of that. Makes one wonder whether you could do a search and replace on some of this nonsense. Clearly not on the R, because that would change everything. Maybe I'll try that for the next bank. I'll start looking for search and replace opportunities, because they can all sit on one page, right? It can all sit on one screen. So I would be able to see that a little bit more easily. And that seems like that could help. But that is not what we're doing this instant. Oh, for heaven's sake. Oops. J, P, V, C, C, I, like I was saying. D, J, P, V, C, C, I. Yeah, so there are so many different places to do a little search and replace, and if I can get stuff on one screen and select everything on the screen and be able to see where it is. J. And that could further accelerate the last bits of this, which would be a blessing. Of course, there could be a sting in the tail. Like if I get to do all of this and then it doesn't run, that would be a bit of a drag. But then I would be ready to go and work on it more later. But we're definitely moving in the direction of me looking for, yikes, looking for search and replace possibilities. Even if I can do only some of these, if it's not disorienting, then that'll be a big speed boost. D, J, P, V, C, I. Because otherwise there's like 6 instances of things to replace each step of the way, all subject to typos and slipping up and the state of exhaustion I will end up being in. Which is why people do the abstractions. My trouble is I tend not to understand abstractions. So I can drop into a fairly simple zone of repetitive typing like this. But you get too many abstractions and I can no longer tell what's even happening. And that's a bit of a drag. So it's not only making stuff run more efficiently by having very primitive assembly language like behaviors in here, but it's also staying within my brain's capacity of being able to keep track of any of this. And that's a side effect. J, P, V, C, Z, I. Which brings us to the end of that section, and it is only 4:02. Question becomes, how close does this come to actually having that be? Well, first of all, now I have to scroll up to find out what the KLMNO was doing. It was like the middle one. So MNOPQR is what this was meaning to be. So let's do this bit first. Because I have to do this diagonal separately from everything else. In fact, I'm going to have to do this twice. There's another diagonal lurking down here. And the way I've got it set up now is it sits off the screen and there's no way I can have it all on the screen. And that's a drag. But I can at least identify what it needs to be, at which point maybe I can sort this out. Oh, and I also have to add the 5th term. Nothing to it but to do it. Let's get going and doing it. Boop. Boop. See, before I've done these, oh, hang on. Let's do it in a tidier way than that. It doesn't even have 6 elements, and I gotta remember to do those. But once I have done it, however, N, and then all M's, meaning it's going to be the same for the next one down. So I copy that pattern. And so that's a little faster. And O, then N, I believe. Yeah? Yeah, N. See, because the one that's ×2 is in the middle of these other ones. So it will end up changing itself around. And it gets counted out. This very first one, the first one, early ML, is the one not in this list, and everything else is in alphabetical order. So I know what this is going to end up being. MNOP. Then MNO, I believe would be the next one. MNOP. Then Q. So I got LMNOPQR. And then at the very end is all R's until it is Q. Same here. And now the one that is ×2 is the one that is not on the list of following up ones. And it's looking about right, so now we get to move on. Although I'm a little tempted to try to do the other one while I'm at it. And then I can move entirely over to everything that is contained within this section. So DJP, V, ZC, and ZI. That is correct. So I've got that on the screen now. Let's go and do the rest. D, J, P, V, C, C, I. Expand these. Oops. How about no? And then these, and then plow through the lot like I did before. As much as I can, anywho. Okay, so here's how this goes. DJ P, V, C, CI. I try to orient myself along two different parameters at once. I know, dangerous. No man can live at that speed. Well, we'll try. So DJP, meaning these are all going to be D. Because they're the ones we're starting out with. Means this goes from P to what? J. Yeah? Yeah. Hard to remember what's next in the sequence. V. I assume, yeah? D, J, P, V. Goes to P. Just like I did earlier. D, J, P, V. CC, CC, CC. V and V. C, C, V, and V. And the last one is always ZI until it is ZC at the very end. Ha, thought you got me. And that should be the diagonals for that stage. On to the tiresome, grueling part of going through and doing all these little details just right. Diagonals are done. Kind of eyeballing them again. And yeah, looks like it. Which brings us to all of this is now visible. PQRSTT. That's actually not what we're going to use. We're going to use STUVWX, if I'm not mistaken. STUVWX, a why I stopped there. Because it'll be easier. That's why. Oh, can't touch those. I stopped there because that was the correct thing to do. STVW. Oh, still got these though. Count. Everything on the other side of the equal sign has to match. S T U V W X. No, I'm slowing down. S T U V W X. So far, so good. Now this, I was going to figure out whether I could do find and replaces. And you know what? I didn't really do any of that, but I wouldn't have been able to anyhow because there's too much of an overlap in the letters. But what if now? I done screwed up. There's a space there. Okay, this section, let's try that again. Oh, hitting a problem. Got to go manual from here. See, we'd be replacing what we started with. Okay, well that was better than nothing. Maybe the next one is going to be easier. Swear to God, that did help a little bit. Thought you would get past me, didn't you? So far, so good. Same deal for literally all of the rest of this. I bet there are going to be contexts where it'll work easier. This particular thing that is just alphabetical runs into this problem. And I think it would from whichever direction I took it. My fingers are not quite answering me anymore. Doesn't matter. I'll make them work. Using it in smaller sections is actually helping a little bit. My hand can stay in roughly the same position. And that appears to be it for the left channel of this section, so that's good. Going along. Now we have an interesting bit of a mess. I'm not going to get to do V in this section. That'll get in the way. L, no, L's not going to show up here. So V, that's going to be a problem, but only here. BGLQ, not going to show up here, including in the Z version. And we're going to go to C, I, O, U, Z, B, Z, H. Well, that involves there being a B in there. Let's do the manual version first. C, I, O, U, Z, B, Z, H. C, I, O, U. Again, it'd be funny as hell if it turns out that this doesn't run because it has too many delays in it, although there are ways that I can just comment stuff out rapidly. But that would probably be it for the day, though. It'd be very exciting if we get a sound out of it but at the end of the day, but I'm not sure if I can guarantee that by any stretch of the imagination. C, I, O, U, C, B, Z, H. I get paid to do this. C, I, O. The faster I do it, the faster I can put a plugin out based on it. So it's all good. Not that I had my heart set on forcing myself to have another Cosmos plugin even better than the previous Cosmos plugin this quickly. I still have to put out the compressor version of pointy guitar, chimey guitar. That's what's happening next. But for now, we will see what we can make happen here. So B becomes C. We're not drawing on a C anywhere, so we can do that in one entire lump. Back into this. B becomes C within the selection. Hastily reselect. G becomes I. This is way faster if I can do it. L becomes O. Q, looks like Q becomes U. And we're going to have to do the one at the very end, but looks like V can become ZB, and then the very last one will become ZH. So, assuming we're not going to trip over V anywhere else in here, which it does not look like we are, V becomes ZB, and then I just got to follow up after it. And boop. H. 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 kind of staring at it and making sure I didn't miss anything. I think we're good. Alrighty, that got us to the end of that one. Again, the more little details I can bring to bear on this stuff, the more it accelerates. And we're on to 4. We've got 2 whole more sections to go. But again, like I said, we're accelerating. It ain't even 4:30 yet. So, firstly, let's go and attend to these diagonals, having successfully done the rest of the things. PQRST. Actually, I have an even easier way of keeping track of these. This draws on MNOPQR. From here comes from the output of this up here, meaning that if I go down to here, STUVWX, then S and this gets to be done, because that's going to be the final one, until it is early W. And then this goes the same way. S, T, U, V, W, X. Oh. I think I can follow these patterns back easier than I was, because it's always the previous one. It always is. Then till V. And I can follow the pattern as it goes, so V becomes U. Getting a little fumbly. U becomes T. T. And we're done. In theory, let's ogle it a little bit and see if it looks right. STUVWX, X goes STUVW, V goes STUVWX. Yeah, that is correct. Now to do the more challenging CIOUZBZH. Kept enough of that in my head that I was able to do it. And if I can do that, I can do the rest of it. How about no? Thank you. Get disoriented on this stuff. Not great. Getting disoriented on it. Hard enough as it is, much less when you get disoriented on it. Okay, so C, I, O, U, C, B, C, H. Tempted to go through and do literally all of the diagonals in one go. What with the disorientation of getting switched back and forth. Besides, once I do that, it's a clean burn straight through to the end. Copy, paste, 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 and paste. By the end of this, I'm going to be eating wallpaper paste. Okay, C, I, and ZB on the very end. Thank you, not ZH. That means that end one is now done. That means we're going to follow this pattern. But how does one follow this pattern? By CB up to this point, and then U. Now I'm probably done with these long lettered things, so U and O. O and I. And C. So I'm almost done with this diagonal. That looks like it worked. And that looks like it worked. So 5 is the only remaining one. Let's jump forth and quick do the diagonals for 5. I feel like this is the part that is dragging and being real slow. So L, U feed WXY, and oh no, wait, hang on. Haven't done those yet, so I don't know what they are yet. Maybe I'd better do these first. Hey, Gran, see you Thursday. This might be done by Thursday or maybe not. I might be done with this bit, though. I've still got like 25 minutes before 5. That's not too shabby. Yeah, so I'm basically trying to get these, but I haven't gone through and really got them figured out yet. Where did we leave off? STVWX. Okay, so we're getting on towards where L starts having lots of long letters. Y A B C D E is what these are going to become. So the next bank of L's, here's our first bank of L at 3, and then at 4 we start with Y, and then C A, C B, C C, C D, C E. At which point we, well, no. No, we're not quite done yet. But then the rest of it is the output, so there's that. We'll get closer to being done. Yeah, it's a 36 element thing, so the Z's go quite a ways onwards from there. On the other hand, the R's are going to become simpler. I think, well, not that much simpler, a little bit simpler. And this is at least logically simple, kinda. Also, when I've done this, I get to do those diagonals, and they're going to be even more of a pain in the butt because they're going to be all full of Z's. But that is where we need to get. One thing about it, we don't have any Z left in there, so this search and replace is going to go fairly quickly. And now, what are we going to get for this next batch? It's not going to be BGLQV. It's going to be something else, which I will be working out. So After those are done, AFKPUU, which would be the final one for the previous instance, but I don't think we're quite there. So where do we look that up? Yeah, it's getting disorienting again. We're trying to do the R. I think maybe it is actually going to be CIOUZBZH. I think. No, we've already got that done. Yeah, that's finished. We did that one already. We're just in the process of doing this, which we got from apparently not up here. Oh, because we haven't gotten through that one yet. So we got this from here and we're getting ready to do it, but then this hasn't been done yet. Meaning, if I'm not mistaken, see, I'm trying to count these. STVWX, and the next one is Y. Okay, so then this gets counted by the previous horizontal line. So where the previous one was CIOUZBZH, this becomes BHNTZAZG. Okay, okay. I'll buy it. I'll buy that. B H N T Z A Z G, and again B H N, right? Yeah, N T Z A and Z G, and then for the count. Count A meaning count B. B H N T Z A Z G H N T Z A Z G. And having done that, now I can go over to where the diagonals are, the last batch that I have to do, at which point maybe all the rest of this is a quick rapid succession of finds and replaces. Maybe. Possibly. Stranger things have happened. So BHNTZAGCG. Okay, it starts with a B. Interesting. Haven't seen that very often before. I think we're still in the right zone, though. H N T C A CH. Yeah, I had a B and replaced it with a C earlier. H, N, T, C, A, C, H. Please tell me you didn't delete everything, okay? So far so good. Did we do all of this other one? No, we did not. Okay, let's be methodical. A, Y, Y. Oh, I see a way that I could maybe do this. B, C, B, C, A, C, A, C, A, C, A. See, if I do this in sequence, it kind of makes a logical sense. C, C. Is that correct? I think it is. Go through. With E. O to be done with this part. I don't like this part. I don't like this part one bit. D. Same deal here. C, A. Why, I ask you, why? ZB. Then CA. Oh wait, that can't be right. No, that's not right at all. I made a mistake. I gotta figure out my mistake. What went wrong? This is what went wrong. Okay, back on track. And then E. Okay, that's that diagonal, which I believe is the last for the left channel. So now I follow exactly the same pattern. Yeah, that all looks about right. And I say, yeah, that looks about right. Same pattern here, except for with weirder letters. Partly confused by the fact that some of these letters are in the same places as the other ones. H. And weirdly, these all do end up being B. So that saved me some trouble, I guess. Hope to hell it's right. N, N, H, 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 N, N, H, 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 H. T, 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 N, N, N. T, N, N, N. Then ZAR. T. And lastly, ZH, except for the very end one is going to be ZA. At which point I will be done with these horrible diagonals that are so confusing, and also with the stuff that I am compelled to do without find and replace trickery. All that looks about right. All that looks about right. Which brings us to the end, and then we got to do this stuff. And this stuff, which is going to be messy, but I'll deal with that later. I am honestly not sure if, I'm going to finish this. But I could get to this end stage, maybe. Let's see. And then make a whole bunch of spaces and run away like mad without being able to hear any of it. It seems good enough so far. I believe I've done that. I believe I've done that. So we're up to 4 and 5. And we're in find and replace zone. All white, we can operate backwards, I think. Go in reverse order. All Y's within become ZE. I'll get up to that later. Or maybe I'll go and fix that now. Almost missed that. Bet you thought I was going to miss it. But I daren't miss it. Things would stop working. I say stop working. Things haven't been working on this entire time. We've been in dead silence all day long because I made changes that didn't allow me to hear what was going on. Looks like I got it. X must become ZC. W must become ZB. V ZA. And lastly, U gets to become Y. Okay, that looks about right. I think that'll work. Over to whatever weirdness this brings us. Having done all of our horrifying diagonals. So, U becomes ZA or ZG. This time we'll do it the other way around. Definitely getting fumbly. I'm very tempted, if this does work, to try to make some kind of sound out of this, even if it is not right. I mean, granted, we are dwindling a little bit as exhaustion sets in, including for watchers, but all the same, seems like it would be a nice little Easter egg for anybody who's hung in this long, much like I have, because I've been hanging in this long. P becomes what? T. Looks to me like K becomes N. Got to make sure I've got these right way around. Yeah, it looks about right. Looks to me like F becomes H. Home stretch. A appears to become B. Does appear like those things are about what they're supposed to be. And I think we got another batch of this stuff going. Yeah, it can't possibly be going for U, V, W, X, Y, Y. That doesn't happen at all. So it looks like this is going to become our final stretch, leading to the very output. So where did we get that stuff previously? Y, Z, A, B. So I guess if this is the direction we're going, then bank 5 is going to literally be ZF, ZG, ZH, ZI. Okay. So left becomes that correctly should just about do it. Got to do the counts, and then we do the search and replaces. Oops. I'm falling asleep. I'm going zzz too many times. Good that I can catch the silly mistakes as they go. And then E is going to be another story. R works like this. So instead of being BHNT, I believe it is going to be AGMSY, ZF. Yeah. Stands to reason that some of the letters stay the same because it's on a grid that is laid out alphabetically. So logically, some of those letters are going to stay the same because they're in the corners and they don't change. However, these guys sure do. Yep. And now one batch of find and replaces. Hopefully not too complicated. Wise get replaced for ZJ or ZK. So we'll start with ZJ and then do the ones on the bottom. Being nervous and looking for where it might screw me over by the find and replace doing things I don't want. But I think I'm safe with that. Okay. Everybody who was watching very fiercely has gone to bed. They're like Europeans and stuff. So that's probably got that covered. Looks like I've got it, I think. Looks like I've got it. X gets replaced with something. ZI, it's going to be. W is going to get replaced. What more? V and U. V. This is faster than typing it all out, as long as it's working properly. U is getting replaced with ZF. There. That should be all arranged properly, one fervently hopes. And all of that looks about right, so I got to scooch down here. No longer looking for you. We are looking for what remains out of this. Actually, we are looking for you. U is literally the one that we're going to replace. Let's replace it with Y and then put the ZF in later. Or no, wait. No, yeah, let's replace it with Y and put the ZF in later. I have not selected far enough. There we go. Capital U must be. Looking good. And then I got to put in some ZFs. I've got to replace Fs. You know what? Undo, 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 and we'll get those at the very end. Because right now they don't apply. So, got Y so far. P becomes S. K becomes M. Like we're doing some mad crossword puzzle. Yep. And I believe my final remaining one, F must become G. Now I can do this ZF stuff because I don't have to replace F anymore. And I am over time, but I do not care because I never care when I get all caught up in this kind of stuff. I'm interested to see what can be made to happen, if anything. I always want to reward anybody who sticks around for the end, too. Not everybody can do that. Not to forget. Okay, so wild. That's a lot. We're going to be making early reflections out of some of these. Namely, ZF through ZK is our final ones. Presumably. No? Yeah, I think that's about right. Turned off caps lock too soon. And it's going to follow the same pattern for out. And I'm looking at the pattern for out. AR, G, M, S, Y, then ZF. KLM, PQRS, UVWXY, and our ZF. Also, we don't have feedback working right yet, but I think it's going to follow the same basic pattern, isn't it? So if it says out AR, GR, MR, I'm going to use the same ones for here. G, M, S, ZF. Hang on. Why? Okay, so we're going a little bit more slowly, but we're getting there. I forgot the fact that I got an extra one in there. So we're going to add that for all of these so that I can do the math more simply. We're doing one final diagonal, which is the last thing I actually want, but whatever. And we are figuring out which of the feedback numbers we're looking at. Well, hang on though. Hang on. I wrote those out as fixed numbers here. They're literally there. I use these. BL, CL, DL, EL, and FL. And then for the rights, it's FR, not ER. L, R, X, far out. Okay, so now these need to apply to here too. So AL and FR, BL and LR, CL and RR, DL and X, EL and ZE, and FL and ZK, which is the very last thing in that. And now what I got to do is make out work correctly for this, for which I will be using what I'm looking at immediately below, i.e. input sample L. But those are the total summation, whereas these are another diagonal, just expressed weirdly, and with these ones crossed over. So, whimper. What do we got? What do we got? AGMSYZF. Better go through it like this. G M S Y ZF. Now what are we doing with the left ones again? It doesn't go U to Z, does it? It goes ZF, ZG, ZH, ZI, ZJ, and I believe I got ZK. Yep, okay, yep. So now we got to do this in this direction too. ZG. Oh, to be doing this at the very end. Yikes. Ouch. ZH. ZI. Okay. So that is now U becomes ZF. Looks like F, G, H. Heck with it, I'm just going to count them out. I. I think I can spell things out. G. GH, ZH, sorry. ZI, K, wait, that can't be right. GHIJ. K. There's no L. That was wrong. Hi, anybody who's still here. Looks like I'm plowing through to the very bitter end. We're going to find out whether this makes a noise or not. Bye. By God, it's so close. I'm so close. See, H, there's I, there's J and K, F, C, G, C, J, and there's our Z, K. Here's our last one. Okay, let's make sense of the right channel now that we've got the left channel presumably doing feedback correctly. And I think it is. I think it is doing feedback correctly. I'm not absolutely totally sure, mind you. But nothing to it but do it. We'll find out. AGMSY. M. S. AGM S Y AGM S Y AGMS Y and then AGMS Y and ZFR. Don't tell me you've not built this even once. And what's this variable about? That seems like a mistake. What other mistakes does it produce? What are we trying to do here? Oh, look at that. That's fascinating. Why is that there? Oh. Because this horizontal here does not read BHNTBG. That's AG. Let's see if it helps if I change that. It's doing so good. Also, this unused variable, that doesn't seem right. I feel certain. And yet, that appears to be what it's supposed to be. So, what's going on with that? quick build to see what it's doing. Okay, we're not using ZGR, but we're supposed to be. So what's going on with that? It's in the right section after this stage. We're referring to H where we should be referring to the G, I believe. If we do that, what does it think? It thinks it's good. I'm not sure if I believe it. Shouldn't I have H earlier on here? I do. Okay. Well. It thinks it built 12 people who are still here while I should be going and having my tacos. Little quick check. I haven't set the volumes correctly yet. It's supposed to be adjusted instead of being 1/5. And I am very curious as to what the 1/5 would mean here. So that's 0.2, but it needs to be 1/3. So that would actually end up being larger. So 0.008 would change to wanna hang on, that's not right. Would change to 0013333. Just for laughs, let's see if the math holds up. If this is correct, then this number changes to this. And I don't know whether that is actually the right thing, but we can find out real quick. I believe that's the only place we use it. And the amusing part will be if it works first try. Odds of that, I would say not very high. I'm just interested in whether it will make a sound. Or run at all, it may just crash. It built, but that doesn't mean anything. If it doesn't make a sound, I go and have tacos, and I beg your indulgence for the I don't know, temptation. What do you call it? But if it does work, it becomes time to start playing with variations on the sound. So let's see, what was my deposit clicks? Or we could simply use close short for echo. That's my classic option for these things. Does it crash? No, it did not. Does it make a sound? It makes a sound which is very, very faint. interesting. That's along the lines of being close but no cigar, like I'm an order of magnitude out, which there's one way of finding that out. So this may make a very loud noise. I am not entirely sure, but I'm kind of following what I think the math was saying, and I may be totally wrong about that. But one thing about it is I bet I have it caught up to the point of total feedback if I want it to be. Assuming I just placed it as I hoped I had. So, firstly, let's see how loud it became. Loud. Okay, so that's not correct. Let's keep fooling with it, but not risk that one, because that's clearly not right. What if it needs to be twice as loud for no particular reason? Because it did seem like it was on the quiet side, but not necessarily so quiet that it needs to be 10 times as loud. So we are going to find out rather quickly whether that turns out to be what it wanted. Did I build? I built right. We are getting a smushy, extended reverby kind of thing. We are now going from far too quiet okay, maybe it's simply not doing regeneration correctly. It's the sound of a dense blur. I'm not sure it's going to end up being better than the 5x5 though. The level seems about right. Feedback sum might be causing me problems. Feedback sum very well might be causing me problems. You know why? Because feedback sum's not scaled properly for this. This has been changed. This is not. And it's a fixed number. That's what it was before. Making it larger wouldn't help. I'm going to want to reverse it. Hey, BLD Carla. Let's see if it was feedback sum that did it. I'm really eager to be able to hear this dialed in to the correct reverb level amount. And something is resisting my efforts. See if it still does the thing. No, we're far away from feedback working. So that did nothing. These are still the correct things. Are we even adding in feedback at all? Have I somehow missed that? Is that somehow not working? Works on the previous one. Yep, that all looks about the same. It wouldn't let me do it if I had too much the wrong numbers. Let's just straight up kill this off completely for now. So regen equals max regen max minus feedback sum. That still looks about right. We've got the 6 entries in here. That appears to be right as well. Early reflection is passing through. Regen is my key here. Max regen max. What are we doing with regen max? Well, it's not feeling like we have anything, and I'm not quite sure why that is. I don't have anything like that right now. Grenz left a half an hour ago and told me to not overwork myself, and it was a bad piece of advice, because apparently that's what I'm doing. Let's make regen max be the number that we had before and see whether that gets us anywhere close to something useful. Because it feels like we're really far away from this being useful. Of course, we're now not adding anything. And do I need to switch that to not only that, but also the new recalculated version? Because one thing I do know about it is that it's all not being adjusted according to the math I've done. Are we any closer? Yes, we're closer. I'm not sure how much it's going to help, but this is the previous number we used. And this is the new number. Well, no, wait. No. This is the previous number we had. What we're getting now is a little bit louder, but we had not corrected the previous one for this. So here all we've done is we've boosted everything by 6 dB. Maybe we don't want to do that. maybe instead we want to see what happens if zip, zoop, zoom. This is closer to this. One thing about it, it's going to be much larger. Do we have our infinite feedback? So we should be able to clamp it down to nothing like this, and it should not be going out of control. That was the correct number. Now I don't know whether this is going to sound awesome. But we got something happening. So if that happened, what if we can put the feedback sum back? It's not doing as much, but and again, I'm not at all sure if this is sounding any better than the 555. It's going to be, there's going to need to be a little more work on this. But one thing I can do is open up. Didn't end up opening that up before, did I? Sounds, the pussy clicks. And we'll do that infinite reverb thing. See what this comes off like. Or if it goes crazy now that I have regen all the way up and I've added that other stuff. And I'm going to leave this playing while I go and start fooling with making my tacos. It's dinner time. It's like 45 minutes past dinner time. But I wanted to hear this. And the way it's set up, we should be making an infinite reverb thing. I feel like it's fallen back a little bit though. Happy thought though, this is running on the antique laptop, so that's a good sign. At 96K, but given that it's undersampled, that doesn't matter. I'm going to stop this and play some other audio instead. that will make louder noises. Here's one that'll open fast. I know I can do more fiddling afterwards. You know how this goes. I'm just all wired up and wanting to hear it do something cool. I'm going to go and start doing my tacos while leaving this playing and leaving the stream going so that I can hear it sort of wash over my space and see whether it seems like it's doing anything particularly good. See, it's loading up nicely. Also, doing this means I am running at a lower undersampling, and I'm going much harder into it, so it will show me whether it's able to suppress loud noises. I think it is. Earlier reflections are kind of going swish, swish, swish. I can take them away. Yeah, the new thing is definitely stopping it from going into runaway. So there's that at least. I don't have it creeping up in volume as it goes, but then that was specifically for K-Cosmos. We're doing the little clip for Derez. Let's leave that going and see what it does. It's definitely suppressing the loudness. Guys, this is a super annoying noise. I don't want to listen to this noise. What instead I wish to do is, first of all, don't need to worry about that, I don't think. We're going to go in here and goose just a little bit, so that it is doing runaway feedback, because I have the feedback control thing going on. Let's build it once more. The poor laptop is going to be heating up a lot, but you know, it's still running it. It's still running on the antique laptop with 8 megs of RAM and a really weak Intel processor compared with modern people's things. That's a good sign. I like that sign. And then as I make my tacos, I'm going to play a different piece of music. I'm going to play that Debussy choral stuff, which is prettier in infinite reverb land. Also, it's very quiet, so if the runaway sound, I'll rather quickly find out whether it can blow up with runaway sound or not. Let's hear what happens now. Oh, and let's put in the early reflections, just to have them, and see whether it blows up or not. runaway, how much is it doing the runaway? Ooh, we're getting loud. Yeah, it's going out. That's not going to work. I flew too close to the sun. I want to set it up doing something that I can listen to while I make my tacos, and we'll be done with doing that by like 6, but there's like 9 minutes to fuss around with. So 0.333 was good, 1.333 is good, 1.4 is not, so 1.35? Or if I wanted to be even fussier, I could do 1.34. However, that is still quite a bit lower. So it's probably cool. He says, not really being sure. Building it again. I'm totally leaving this playing and going off and doing more of my taco making, because I am that certain that I want to hear the wafty space ambient going. Let's give that one more try. This time let's have deres at 1 and early reflections at nothing. Okay, I think it's holding still. Early reflects sound like this. Honestly, that's about the same. I'll leave them. Yeah, I don't think it's going to run away now. It's bringing stuff up a little bit, but I don't think it's going to run away now. Yeah, it's not running away at all. Which is almost a little frustrating. Good enough, though. I'm going to leave it as this. The little ticks and clicks and things will come through to some extent. Alrighty, I think I'm starting to get the measure of this. So what this sounds like, it's hard to hear the reverb because it is being too realistic. I remind you, dry as this. So if it is at roughly the startup, for K-Cosmos, comes off like this. And you can hear the pops kind of going into the distance there, but it doesn't really sound very different. You can be like, okay, that's an orchestra, fine, this is the recording, clearly. Then you hit bypass. And bypass makes it kind of lots louder. Or we can use dry wet. There's our full wet. There's our dry. So we got a pretty rich, beefy reverb going on there. So you take this, that's what the reverb is supposed to sound like. Which technically means we can also throw drums in. I promise I'll go and have tacos in a moment. I've spent all day working on this. I'm going to hear it a little bit. So we got this sort of vaguely naturalistic back echo going on. And it can be a rather sustaining one. Actually, I just threw a bunch of DC in there, so that was awkward. So it's an interesting sound in its way. Of course, this is filtered, heavily filtered, so if I shut the filter off, it's a fairly silky high end, honestly. And I'll end up doing a sine sweep with it. That'll go like this. I'll be working on getting a handle on this. I don't know whether it's going to end up being way better than the 5x5, but like it runs. So we can have it, so I need to do some experiments with it and see what I can make this do. And on that note, at like a tiny bit past 6. Talk to you later. Maybe we'll have more things like this to play with coming Thursday. Again, this coming weekend, this is not what's coming out. This coming weekend, it's going to be chimey guitar or something else. I'm not exactly sure. But yeah, talk to you later. Bye-bye.